This history was compiled from the semi-official publications of the naval ministries of Germany, Italy and Austria, viz., Marine Rundschau, Revista Maritima, and Mittellandchen aus dem Gebiet des Seasons, corroborated by the facts as described in other foreign publications such as Le Yacht, the British Army and Navy weeklies, the London Illustrated News and Graphic. Besides April, the organ of the German Navy League. In this compilation conflicting or doubtful statements were eliminated and only such details that are thoroughly reliable are given. The writer served for a period of 3 years and 9 months as naval attaché to the United States embassies in Berlin, Rome and Vienna, and he knows that these semi-official publications are thoroughly reliable and therefore he claims that the facts herein recorded are true. The account was primarily compiled for the information of the United States Navy and was submitted by the writer to the Board of Control of the Naval Institute for revision. This was thereupon published in a series of 4 articles in the current quarterly proceedings of the Naval Institute for June, September and December, 1912, and March, 1913. The type of these articles was distributed and in order to preserve the data in book form the 4 series of articles were reprinted in a limited edition for general circulation. The book contains the 4 articles that were published with considerable additional data, such as the complete account of the defences of the Dardanelles and Bosphorus taken from the Journal of the Royal Artillery for January, 1913. Embodying the translation from the Russian Artillery Journal by Lieutenant J. K. L. Fitzwilliams, Royal Horse Artillery on the Coast Defences of Turkey. The Honourable Philander Knox, Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., also kindly sent the writer the full text of the Treaty of Peace of Lausanne with the decree of the King of Italy and the firman of the Sultan of Turkey. This treaty and accompanying documents are embodied in the appendix. This war demonstrated the thorough preparedness of the Italian government for the war, not only in regard to the efficient training of the Italian army and navy and their armament and equipment, but the financial economy of administration that enabled Italy to acquire the coveted African provinces without levying any extra war taxes upon the people. The Italian navy proved to be thoroughly equal to all demands that were made upon its personnel and materiel. The history of this war is a glorious tribute to the Italian navy, and the facts herein recorded express recognition of the efficiency of the Italian navy in the highest possible degree. The Italian navy suffered no losses of materiel, and the loss of life was wholly due to losses in engagements upon landing on the enemy's shores, in which the Italian naval brigades invariably led and took possession of the shores until relieved by the army, which they assisted to disembark from the transports by their own boats and lighters and other craft they brought with each convoy. The Turkish navy was inefficient. They had not been efficiently trained, and in all the engagements the Turkish great gunfire was ineffective, and in efforts to repel the Italian naval attacks the Turks never inflicted any damage to any vessels of the Italian navy and rarely scored a single hit. The lack of trained gun pointers in the Turkish army and navy was evident in every engagement. The lesson of the war emphasizes the absolute necessity of an adequate, thoroughly trained and efficient navy. The exemption of defenseless coast towns from bombardment in time of war is clearly shown by the incidents of this war to be unfounded. In war it is the duty of a naval commander to act promptly and do his utmost to compel the enemy to yield to the demands of his government, and in every case where the bombardment of a defenseless port might produce that result and decide the war, or contribute largely to the result of the war, the fact that a port is defenseless will not protect it from bombardment. An adequate, efficient navy is the only reliable defense with command of the sea. The Italian ports were never exposed to a bombardment by a Turkish fleet because the Italian navy had command of the sea. The writer desires to express his thanks for kind assistance and advice of brother officers, especially Lieutenant Commander Ralph Earl, the Secretary and Treasurer of the U.S. Naval Institute and editor of the Proceedings. W. H. Beha, Commodore U. 8. Navy. Italian-Turkish War. Italy declared war against Turkey for commercial reasons and to provide a neighboring colony for her surplus population. The Italians believe the prediction of the great African explorer, Gerhard Rohly, who, 20 years ago, declared that the power that rules Tripoli will dominate the Soudan. The proximity of Tripoli to Italy makes its possession desirable. The importance of the region was recognized by the ancient Romans. Cyrenaica was very important. The 5 great commercial ports were known as the Lybian Pentapolis, and existing ruins of great works, aqueducts, dams, and large buildings reveal its ancient prosperity. Sallust states that Leptis alone annually exported 40 million bushels of grain and paid a war tax of 25,000 gallons of olive oil. The Mediterranean climate prevails, and though the Great Saharan Desert approaches close to the coast, there are large oases and fertile tracts of land that would enable the country to support a population of 12 million inhabitants, whereas it now has but 1 million. This coast has a number of naturally fine harbors that have been filled up with sand and ruined by neglect, but which could easily be reclaimed. Such are Tripoli, Lebda, Misrata, Benghazi, Derna, Mersa, Bomba and Tobruk. The trend of the coast brings the Tripolitan ports 300 miles nearer the trade centers of points around Sahara, and the trade routes converge towards Tripoli. Ever since the Kingdom of Italy was united, Italy has coveted the opposite coast of North Africa. 40 years ago Bismarck wrote to Mazzini, "The Mediterranean is indisputably Italy's sphere of interest. The control of the Mediterranean should be the constant goal and the controlling principle of Italian statesmen." England had long possessed Malta and Gibraltar. In 6 the Italian-Turkish War, 1878 she acquired Cyprus while Austria took Bosnia. At the Berlin Congress Bismarck and Beaconsfield offered Italy Mytilene, Tunis and Tripoli, but Gerhard Rohly declined, stating that he wished to leave the Congress with clean hands. Other nations, however, stepped in and took forcible possession. France inaugurated her Algerian imperial policy and acquired Senegal, Ad, and Tunis. France fortified Byzantium on the Tunisian coast and is now proceeding to peaceably acquire Morocco. During the Russo-Turkish War, England offered to form a league with Italy, Austria and Greece to maintain the status quo in the Mediterranean, but Italy declined because she did not wish to disturb her friendly relations with other nations. In 1881, when France seized Tunis and broke the status quo, Italy claimed to be too weak to make any serious protest, but, at the renewal of the Triple Alliance in 1886, Italy complained that Germany and Austria did not protect Italy from French encroachments in the Mediterranean. Bismarck then is said to have negotiated a secret treaty with England stipulating that Italy's interests in the Mediterranean should be preserved. In 1889, however, England negotiated the Soudan Treaty with France, defining boundaries that encroached still further on the borders of the Tripolitan hinterland. In a secret treaty in 1902, England and France recognized Italy's claims to Tripoli. In 1904 France definitely proclaimed Italy's prior right to take possession of Tripoli under certain contingencies. During the Bosnia-Bulgarian crisis Italy was supposed to take definite action, but Italy hesitated because of England's relations with the Young Turk government. But since England's attitude has cooled somewhat, Italy has finally acted to be no longer reproached for neglecting her opportunities. These diplomatic incidents explain the neutrality of European powers during the war. The Turks had possession of Tripoli since 1835, and the inhabitants regarded Turkish rule as a blessing. They enjoyed greater freedom and were subjected to much less burdensome taxation than before. The Protectorate of Tripoli was an expense rather than a source of revenue for Turkey. The expenses of administration were greater than the revenue from harbor dues and agriculture. The Turks relieved the people of military service at first, but in 1901 universal compulsory military service was re-established and occasioned some opposition, but this was the Italian-Turkish War. 7. Long since settled as a necessary feature of the government. The alleged Italian claim that the country was misgoverned and that intolerable conditions existed was not well founded. The Berbers were the original inhabitants of the entire North African coast as far as Morocco. These were joined by a large emigration of Jews after the Babylonian captivity. The Jews number about 20,000 or 1/50th of the estimated population of 1 million. These Jews live in the cities and are the leading merchants. A few carry on small industries in the interior. The Arabs invaded, not in great hordes, but by single tribes, from time to time. when compelled by famine to leave their former abodes. These tribes captured places from the numerically superior Berbers who were scattered, and gradually they have amalgamated so that it is rare to find either pure Berbers or pure Arabs in the country. The Negro population is estimated at 50,000. There are 15,000 Spaniards, 50,000 Turks, Armenians and Albanians, 3,000 Maltese, and only 1,000 Italians. The rest are Berber Arabs. The Turks were chiefly officials or in the army. The Armenians and Maltese competed with the Jews in the trade. The Italians were far behind all other traders. They had a flour mill, an oil mill, one soap factory and an asparagus press, which were supported by the Bank of Rome at a loss. The export trade with Italy was valued at $600,000. While the imports from Italy only amounted to $400,000 per annum. England had the bulk of the commerce. The population was extremely fanatical and bitterly opposed to the Italians. The all-Islam propaganda aroused the religious fanatics, who are so extremely bigoted that they do not regard the Turks as true Muslims, and some of the opposition to the Turkish rule was because the Turks are not Orthodox Mohammedans. The fact might be used to favor the Italians if managed with a delicate diplomacy, but the conciliation of the people is a very difficult task. The country is agricultural and can only be made profitable by developing its agricultural resources. Tobacco, cotton, silk, olives, wine and dates could be profitably cultivated, but such can hardly be expected of the Italians, who have failed to develop Italy agriculturally, and in all countries to which Italians have emigrated they are rarely found to be successful agriculturists. 8. The Italian-Turkish War. The Negro is much better qualified for this development, and even more so are the Berber Fellahiens, who are acclimated and familiar with conditions of the soil. Tripoli is important because of the possibilities of its hinter/land, though much of the important trade that would have its natural outlet through Tripoli has been secured by France through Algiers and by England through Egypt. The bound areas of the English and French spheres of influence in the Soudan and around the hinterland of Tripoli limit its importance to the coast. Italy has a precarious problem in the conquest of this hinterland. France has operated under most favorable conditions to develop her Algerian policy, and in the last 10 years after indefatigable labor France has succeeded. How Italy will manage it is problematical. Italy has a most formidable foe in the tribe of Fessans, who, though numerically inferior and provided with inferior weapons, are thoroughly accustomed to the hot, dry climate, are a warlike race, very mobile, and possess a knowledge of the country that will outweigh the superiority in numbers and equipment of the Italians. Racial sympathy and the fanatical religious zeal will add to make them almost invincible in the defense of their native land. Guerrilla warfare will probably prolong the war after the Italian armies overcome the organized defense, so that the peaceful agricultural development must be long deferred. Finally, trade relations with the interior will cause friction in Italian competition with the English and French, and influence relations of the European powers. England, with her chain of naval bases at Gibraltar, Malta, and Suez Canal communications, has regarded the Mediterranean in a measure as a mere clausum, and she cannot favor the establishment of formidable ports on the other flank of this line. The British Mediterranean fleet has of late years been reduced and greater attention been given to the North Sea, whereas now the Mediterranean will require more attention. England and France will increase their Mediterranean naval forces, while Italy will lean more than ever upon the Central European powers, and the Triple Alliance, in which Germany is so much interested, will be strengthened. The Italian-Turkish War. 9. Italy's available naval forces when war was declared. The seagoing fleet, Vice Admiral Aubry, commanding IST Squadron, Vice Admiral Aubry, organized FOB 1st Division. Battleship, Vittorio Emanuele, flagship, Regina Elena, joined October 5, 1911, Roma. Napoli. 2D Division, Rear Admiral Presbitero, armored cruiser, Pisa, flagship, Amalfi. San Marco, joined October 1, 1911, San Giorgio, repairing in spring, 1912. Torpedo ship, Agordat. Mine layer, Partenope. 2O Squadron, Vice Admiral Favli, commanding 3O Division. Battleship, Benedetto Brin, flagship Regina Margarita, joined October 5, 1911, Street, Bonn, subsequently transferred. Emmanuel Filiberto, ready September 30, 1911, 4th Division, Rear Admiral Thundi I. Revel, armored cruiser, Garibaldi, flagship Vase, Ferruccio, Marco Polo, subsequently transferred. Torpedo ship, Coteat, Mine layer, Minerva, Division of Torpedo Boat Inspector, Rear Admiral, Duke of Abruzia, commanding for war. Armored cruiser, Vetta Pisani, flagship, Battleship, Street, Bonn, transferred from 3D Division. Armored cruiser, Marco Polo, transferred from 3D Division. Prot. Cruiser, Lombardia, submarines mothership. Destroyer, Artigalier, from destroyer flotilla. Fusilier, Carazia, Alpino, Zephyro, high-sea torpedo boats, 4 to 8, from destroyer flotilla. 10. The Italian-Turkish was torpedo flotillas op the squadron. 320 tons, Ostro, 1st Division. Frescia, Lampo, Euro, 330 ton, Nembo, 2nd Division. Turbine, Aquilone, Bora, 416 tons, Alpino, 3rd Division. Potier, Carabinier, Fusilier, 400 tons, Bersaglier, 4th Division. Grenadier, Garibaldino, Lancier, destroyers in reserve. 330 tons, Zephyro, Ad Spezia. Espero, 400 tons, Artigalier, Ad Taranto. Carazia, 320 tons, Stral, Ad Venice. Ardo, 300 tons, Fulmine, at Leghorn. School ship. 28 high-sea torpedo boats. Training ship division, Rear Admiral Bora Ricci, commanding. Battleship, Sicilia, flagship, Sardigna. Riumberto, armored cruiser, Carlo Alberto. Other available naval vessels. Coast defense ship, Dandolo, Itaiua, Lepanto, protected cruiser, Elba, Puglia, Etna, Liguria, Piemonte, gunboat, forming a 5th Division. Red Sea. Governolo, Galilei, station, Constantinople. The Italian-Turkish War. 11. Mine layer, Tripoli, at Venice. 11. Goito, Montebello, torpedo ship, Urania, at Naples and Speia. Iride, Carpura, coast torpedo boats, about 60 in all. Submarines, 5 at Brindisi, 2 at Spezia and Venice. Auxiliaries. Collier, Bronte, Strobe. Transport, Città di Milano, Carigliano, Volta. Repair ship, Volcano, at Naval Base, Augusta. Ships stationed abroad. Gunboat, Erythusa, in the Red Sea. Volturno, survey ship, Staffa. Prot. Cruiser, Calabria, in East Asiatic waters. Etruria, in American waters. Turkey's available naval forces on September 15, 1911. Battleship Division. Battleship, Barbarossa Eredin, 91, 10,060 tons. Torget Rice, 91, 10,060 tons. Cruising Squadron. Prot. Cruiser, Hamid, 03, 3,800 ton. Medjid, 03, 3,200 tons. Torpedo Boat Flotilla. Destroyer, Jadaiya Millet, 09, 620 tons. Namunihami, 09, Muavanat Milai, 09. Tascos, 08, 305 ton. Basra, 08. Samsung, 08. Yahisar, 08. Torpedo Mother, Taraimayan, 4,052 tons. 12. The Italian-Turkish War. Reserve Division. Battleship, Coast Defense, Destroyer, Mesordai, Asarai Tufik, Fethibulend, Ornella, Pelling Idiria, Berkay Sawat, Geratai Watanai, 74, 68, 71, 69. Detached torpedo boats. Anatolia, Dakat, Ursa, Ankara, Drats, Hitaiya, Marsil, Alpagot, Al-Hisar, Abdulmejid, Janus, Hamidabad, Sivri Hisar, Sultan Hisar, Timur Hisar, stationed in harbors. Coast defense ship, Muinai Zafar, 71, 07, 2,800 tons. Beirut destroyer, Pakisakit, 07, 750 tons. At Hodeidah, 24 gunboats of 200 to 650 tons, 20 coast torpedo boats of 40 to 85 tons, 6 special ships of 180 to 2,300 tons. The Turkish garrisons in Tripoli and Cyrenaica. The Turkish army stationed in Tripoli and Cyrenaica was composed of the 42D Division, consisting of, viz. 4 regiments of infantry, of 4 battalions of 600 each, 1 battalion of chasseurs, 2 regiments of cavalry each of 10 squadrons of 80 to 120 horses, 1 regiment of field artillery each of 6 batteries of 4 to 6 field guns of 3-inch caliber, 4 companies of engineers. Companies of fortress artillery. The Italian-Turkish War. 18. The complement was 12,000. But at the outbreak of the war the trained troops numbered about 5,000 infantry and 400 cavalry with about 2,500 to 3,000 raw recruits. The garrison of the city of Tripoli consisted of 6 battalions of infantry with 2 machine gun companies, 1 battalion of chasseurs, 6 field batteries, 4 squadrons of cavalry, 2 companies of fortress artillery. This organization called for 6,000 troops. But at the outbreak of the war there were but 3,000 trained troops with about 2,000 raw recruits. The garrisons in other parts of the province were distributed in small detachments. It is reported that just before the war Benghazi had 400, Derna, 70, Tobruk, 30, Solom, 25, and Cyrenaica 10 men. In addition to these regular troops the territorial troops were organized in 30 battalions of infantry and 60 squadrons of cavalry with a total strength of 20,000. These combined gave a total strength of the Turkish forces at 28,000 men. The regular infantry was formerly armed with an old model of Mauser rifles, but recently they have been supplied with the latest model of Martini rifles, and the Mauser rifles have been given to the irregular troops. During the latter part of September about 10,000 of these old Mauser rifles were sent into the interior for the territorial troops. The Turks had 50,000 rifles and ample ammunition. The defenses of the city of Tripoli. The defenses consisted of 5 old coast fortifications and some newer earthworks on the land front. On the west side Fort Sultanj and Fort Gargaresh comprised a group of 3 old earthworks carrying modern Krupp guns. Italian reports state that these included some 8-inch howitzers. Fort Sultanj protected the cable landing from Malta. There was a group of old stone forts near the town on the north. These consisting of 1. The lighthouse fort, whose walls were mounted with 3 old 6-inch. 14. The Italian-Turkish War guns with a lighthouse built on the same wall. 2. The Spanish fort on the harbor mole. And 3. Fort Rosso, west of the lighthouse fort, so called because of its red walls. Forts 2 and 3 were armed with old small caliber guns. Fort Hamadi Oshkarashkat is about 6,000 yards east of the city on a bluff 50 feet above the sea level, an old earthwork that commands the outer roadstead and the harbor. The 4 modern guns which were formerly mounted in this fort were taken to Yemen in 1905 and replaced by 4 old howitzers. Latest reports state that the Italians found 1 9.4-inch, 1 6-inch and 1 3.6-inch guns in this fort. Field Marshal von der Goltz states that in 1911 the defenses of Tripoli had no guns larger than 6-inch. Made in 1870, a wall 25 feet high, built in the 16th century, encloses the inner city. The land forts encircle the town in a series of earthworks commanding the roads leading into the country. The military conditions at Tripoli, the lack of heavily armed modern fortifications and the weakness of the garrison, with the easily interrupted line of communication with Turkey, rendered any attempt to defend the city from an overseas attack by the Italians hopeless at Tripoli, and even more so at the other ports. The defense was still further hampered by lack of food. The Turkish Tripolitite troops had long been subsisted by commissary stores from Constantinople. The failure of the crops in recent years was such that the Turkish government was also obliged to subsist the poor people. The starving people were supplied with rations from 2 large tents at the gates of the city. The Egyptian railroad only extended about 200 miles west of Alexandria with its terminus at Mersa, which is about 800 miles from the city of Tripoli, so that the Turkish request of England for permission to send Turkish troops to Tripoli through Egypt was not of much practical value. It would have been better to have organized Turkish defense against the Italian invasion back from the coast. Field Marshal von der Goltz claims that the real defense of Tripoli was in the interior. The regular forces, being few in number, were insufficient. The Italian-Turkish War. 15. The resistance depended chiefly on the native population, especially the support of the Sheikh Sidi as-Senussi, who had been recognized as the ruler of Jarabul, on the borders of Barca. The Sheikh of Senussi at first hesitated to oppose the Italians' organization of Italian Tripolitan Expeditionary Corps. The partial mobilization of the Italian army for the Tripolitan expedition was with the 7th and 12th Italian Army Corps, chiefly from the cities of Palermo, Rome, Naples, Florence, Verona, Milan, and Turin. Entire regiments were taken from these cities, and volunteers increased the regimental strength to the war footing of 2,600 men. The standing army was reinforced by calling out the category of reserves of 1888. 80,000 reserves were thus added to the army stationed at home. The Expeditionary Corps consisted of the following: Commander-in-Chief, Lt. General Caneva di Salosco, Chief of Staff, Major General Gastaldello. 1st Division of Infantry, Lt. General Count Patrick Caldi, 1st Brigade. 2nd Brigade, 82d Infantry. 6th Infantry, 84th Infantry. 40th Infantry, 3 squadrons of cavalry. 6 batteries field artillery. 2nd Infantry Division, Lt. General Bricola, 3d Brigade. 40j Brigade, 22d Infantry. 4th Infantry, 68th Infantry. 63d Infantry, 3 squadrons of cavalry. 6 batteries field artillery, under direct command of Expedition Commander, the 8th Regiment Bersagliers. 1 battery mountain artillery. The LLTH Regiment Bersagliers. Several batteries field artillery. 1 battalion of engineers. 1 telegraph company. 1 machine gun detachment. Wireless telegraph personnel. A company of infantry has about 200 men, so that the total force was about 40,000 men. They had 11 flying machines of French types. The Italian infantry had a 2.5-inch repeating 16. The Italian-Turkish war gun of Mannlicher and a Type M91. Each soldier carried 162 cartridges, besides which the transports had 24 cartridges per man additional. Each company carried 105 entrenching tools, of which 80 were spades. The transports had 144 entrenching tools per battalion additional. The Italian field artillery had 3-inch Krupp guns M1906. The troops had a special grayish-green uniform. After September 27 the Italian railroads were crowded with troops assembling for the expedition. Smaller detachments of troops were embarked in the transports at Naples, Syracuse and Augusta on September 26, to be ready for emergency. Declaration of war and notice to neutrals. At 2:30 p.m., September 28, the Italian charge d'affaires in Constantinople presented the Italian ultimatum to the Turkish government. This declared that in order to terminate the disorders and neglect caused by the Turkish government in Tripoli and Cyrenaica, the Italian government demanded that Turkey should, within 24 hours, consent to Italy's military occupation of those provinces. The Turkish government refused, and at 3 p.m., September 29, the Italian government declared war between Italy and Turkey. The Italian government proclaimed its purpose to take prompt measures for the protection of Italians and all foreigners in Tripoli and Cyrenaica. Neutral powers were notified that the Tripolitan and Cyrenaican coasts were blockaded. Within a few days France, Russia, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Serbia, Bulgaria, England and Japan issued neutrality proclamations. The French Declaration of Neutrality stated that it comprised the French protectorates including Crete. The English and Roussan governments endorsed the French proclamation. and Italy was relieved of the protection of the island of Crete. The orders of the Turkish government to extinguish the coast lights and remove sea marks on the coast of Crete were annulled by the united action of all consuls in Crete before the neutrality proclamations. The Italian-Turkish War. 17. England declared the island of Cyprus neutral, and issued orders for all British subjects not to serve in the armies of the belligerents. In the middle of October, Italy recognized the neutrality of the island of Samos. The Italian naval problem. Before the war began, Italy notified her ministers to the Balkan states that Italy's only object was to take possession of Tripoli and Cyrenaica, and she would avoid any attack upon any other Turkish territory. The destruction of Turkey's naval and military forces was only contemplated in as far as they opposed Italy's conquest of Tripoli and Cyrenaica. The Italian naval task was to secure such a command of the sea that the expedition corps might safely be transported and landed on the African coast and communication with Italy be undisturbed. This task furnished three fields of operations. 1. The Tripolitan waters, by which the expedition corps would land. The bulk of the navy was employed there. 2. The Eastern Mediterranean, especially the Aegean Sea, where the Turkish fleet had assembled and which must be prevented from interfering with the landing of the Italian forces. For this purpose light scouting vessels were used. 3. The Albanian coast, where a number of Turkish torpedo boats should be held in check. For this some older armored cruisers and several destroyers were used. Events on the Tripolitan coast after declaration of war until the arrival of the Expeditionary Corps. The Italian government declared a blockade of the coast of Tripoli and Cyrenaica extending from the Egyptian to the Tunisian borders. Violations of the blockade were prosecuted according to international law and Italian treaties with other powers. The blockade of the coast, 700 nautical miles, was made effective by 7 battleships and a number of destroyers and special ships. Ships of the blockade replenished fuel supply by going to Augusta singly as necessary. At the outbreak of war, Italy had stored 14,000 tons of coal at the naval base at Ho. The Italian-Turkish War. 19. Augusta. The naval repair ship Volcano was stationed at Augusta. After some discussion, the Turkish forces at Tripoli decided to evacuate the city with the exception of 150 coast artillery stationed in the forts. The troops began the evacuation September 27, and quietly proceeded to entrench in the hills south of the Aegean and 2 days' march distant. The Italians were kept informed of all that transpired in the city through the mayor, Prince Hassuna Karamanli, who had declared his adhesion to Italy. September 30, the Italians demanded the city should be surrendered on October 2, but this was still further postponed until October 3. At noon, no reply had been received. Vice Admiral Faravalli, in command of the naval forces, opened fire on the forts. The Benedetto Brin and the training ship division, with 2 transports and several torpedo boats, arrived and relieved the Roma, Pisa, Napoli and Amalfi that had been blockading Tripoli, and which left to join the flagship to the eastward. The bombardment of Tripoli, October 3 and 4, 1911. In the bombardment, the Sicilia, Sardigna, and Riumberto were assigned to engage Fort Sultanj on the west. The Benedetto Brin, Carlo Alberto, and Emanuele Filberto engaged the 3 old stone forts in the center on the mole on north side of the town, and the Garibaldi and Ferruccio engaged Fort Hamige to the eastward. The Vase, Cotit, and 16 destroyers and 4 auxiliaries were stationed to the rear and on the flanks to prevent any surprise from seaward. Fire was opened at 3.15 at a range of 7,000 yards, by the flagship. The forts replied immediately, but all their shots fell short. The Italians fired chiefly with the 6 and 8-inch guns, and they soon proved effective. The heavy guns were not used, probably to preserve them and avoid too much expenditure of ammunition. The hits were few and the fire very slow. Many shells failed to explode and were subsequently picked up several thousand yards beyond in the suburbs. The old stone forts ceased firing at 5 p.m., but the 2 outer forts continued firing until sunset, at 6 p.m. 20. The Italian-Turkish War. Though the buildings in the city were avoided, fires were started in several, and the governor's palace was hit a number of times. The new lighthouse was completely destroyed. After dark the ships got underway and cruised in the offing with screened lights. At 6 a.m. the bombardment was resumed with greater vigor, and the other forts were silenced in the following hour. Fort Sultanj made the greatest resistance. 10 dead were found in that fort subsequently. Occupation of Tripoli by the naval landing force. While the mob in the city sacked the government buildings, the garrison evacuated the forts, taking their light guns to the heights in the southern suburbs, from which they reopened fire but were soon silenced by shrapnel from the ships. The ships ceased firing at 11 a.m. The Garibaldi was the first ship to enter close in, and she landed a detachment with 2 officers in Fort Hamid that had been evacuated by the Turks. They rendered the breech mechanisms of the guns therein useless and returned on board. At the same time a torpedo boat searched for the cable of mines laid out in the harbor but could not find it. All the coast forts were severely damaged and their guns partly dismounted. According to Turkish reports, their garrison lost 12 men killed and 23 severely wounded. 7 civilians were killed in the city, but 2 Europeans. The Italian ships suffered no losses nor any damage from the Turkish fire. At noon, October 4th, the large ships anchored in the Afghan, smaller ships entered the harbor. October 5th, a landing force of 1,200 men under command of the captain of the Sicilia-occupied forts Sultanj, Hamid and the lighthouse fort, as well as the consulate and other important places without any opposition. The Italian flag was hoisted on Fort Sultanj at noon and saluted by the fleet. Shortly after this Fort Hamid's magazine blew up and that store of Turkish ammunition was destroyed. It is not known if this was done by the Italians or by the Turks. The landing force immediately arranged for the defense of the city and established its government. Rear Admiral Bora Ricci was appointed provisional governor, and the former mayor, Hasuna Karamanli, was appointed vice-governor. The Italian-Turkish War. 21. They proceeded to substitute a temporary lighthouse for that which they had destroyed. The cable to Malta was repaired and preparations were begun to provide quarters for the expedition corps that was expected to arrive October 11th. A native police was established, and by offering payment some of the natives were induced to surrender the arms, which the Turkish officials had supplied them. Within a few hours 1,500 Mauser rifles were deposited with the Italian officers, and by October 12 3,250 rifles had been delivered. During the next day, when the Garibaldi, Vise, and Ferruccio had departed for Augusta to coal, the landing party ashore had several skirmishes with the Turks. October 8 they repulsed an attack at Baha, and October 19 another attack at Bumaliana Wells, about 1.5 miles southwest of Tripoli, as Fort Sultanj was much exposed. The Italians abandoned it and it was blown up. The ships supported the troops during these engagements and bombarded the Turkish forts used as bases beyond the suburbs. The Turkish forces assembled at Gurion in the hills, 2 days' march from Tripoli. General Munir Pasha was relieved by Colonel Neshkat in command during the middle of October, who gathered all the forces of the province. At first he had a force of about 10,000 regulars and 10,000 territorial irregulars, the latter volunteering for the war. Tobruk, on the Cyrenaica coast, a fine natural harbor, was attacked by the 1st Squadron on October 4. A force of 400 men landed and soon overcame the brave resistance of the garrison of 25 men. The Italians took possession and established an Italian municipal administration. Single ships of the 1st Squadron alternately remained at anchor in that harbor. October 10 the first detachment of the Expeditionary Army landed at Tobruk. This was the 1st Battalion of the 40th Infantry, with some coast artillery and engineers, about 1,000 in all. They had sailed from Naples October 6. Derna was bombarded October 8, and 40 Italian citizens who were confined there were released. The place was bombarded because they had fired upon the Italian boat with flag of truce. Events on the Albanian coast. Before the war 6 new Turkish torpedo boats were at Prevesa, Gomenitsa and Durazzo to prevent smuggling. They had not. 22 The Italian-Turkish War received the orders of the Turkish naval minister to take refuge in Austrian ports when they were attacked by the destroyers of the Duke of Abruzzes's command. At 4 p.m., September 29, 1 hour after war had been declared. The Italians sighted the 2 Turkish torpedo boats, Takat and Anatolia, at sea between Corfu and Preveza, steering northwestward. The Italians opened fire, to which the Turkish boats replied feebly. The Takat steered north, followed by 3 destroyers, while the Anatolia steered south, chased by 2 destroyers. The Takat was hit 15 times, and, on fire, she ran on the beach near Nicopolis and was totally destroyed. Her commander and 8 men were killed or drowned. The Anatolia escaped to Preveza uninjured. The Italian destroyers were not damaged in this action. They fired 100 shots from 3-inch guns. September 30, the Italian destroyers Artigliere and Corazia attacked the Turkish torpedo boats Alpagot and Hamidabad lying at anchor at Preveza, and sank them. An officer from the Corazia, having landed the night before, had definitely ascertained their positions. The Turkish crews, excepting 1 man, escaped. The destroyers then entered the harbor. The mob on shore fired on the Corazia as she proceeded to take the steam yacht Tetid out. The Corazia fired at the mob and both destroyers left with the steam yacht in tow. The fort at Preveza is an old stone fort built during the Vintan period, but armed with 20 modern field guns and 5 6-inch Krupp guns. This fort did not fire on the Italians, though the latter fired 76 shells during the engagement that lasted 45 minutes. The garrison was surprised. This gave rise to exaggerated rumors of an attack and landing of Italians at Preveza, which the Italian government denied and repeated the orders to avoid landing on any Turkish territory in Europe. The Duke of Abruzzo was directed to revoke his threat of a bombardment of Preveza within 24 hours, on October 3, if the gunboat and 2 torpedo boats in Preveza were not delivered to him. At the request of the Austrian government, the Italians recalled the Duke of Abruzzo with all the Italian ships from that coast. October 5, the motorboat of the destroyer Artigliere, that had been searching an Austrian mail steamer in the harbor of San Giovanni, was fired on by some field guns in an earthwork at that Italian Tubki 8HY. 23. Place. The Artigliere had not yet received the orders to return to Taranto, and she opened fire on the earthwork, and in the course of 45 minutes expended all her ammunition. She silenced the fort and injured a number of buildings in the city. The Artigliere was slightly damaged and her commander was wounded. In the meanwhile the Carabinieri arrived and opened fire on the earthworks, and left after firing for a period of 20 minutes. After these events, the Italian government again declared that every possible precaution should be taken hereafter to avoid all warlike operations in the Adriatic Sea. October 7, the Duke of Abruzzo's squadron again proceeded to blockade the Turkish torpedo boats in their ports on the Albanian coast. Events in the Aegean Sea. The Italians sent but small naval forces to the Aegean Sea, chiefly scouting torpedo vessels. September 30, a panic was created at Smyrna, Salonika and Mytilene by the appearance of passing Italian warships, probably the Vittorio Emanuele, Roma and Pisa, on a cruise, searching for the Turkish practice squadron. In Constantinople, fears were entertained for the safety of the Turkish practice squadron that had sailed from Beirut at 10 a.m., September 28. For the Dardanelles. This squadron was composed of 2 battleships, 2 cruisers, 9 destroyers and a torpedo boat mothership. They had no knowledge of war having been declared. The squadron steamed at economical speed to the southwest coast of Cyprus, practicing evolutions en route, near the island of Kos, at 4 p.m., October 1. A Turkish government steamer informed them of the declaration of war. The British officers in the squadron then decided to remain on board until their arrival at the Dardanelles. The squadron then proceeded at full speed between Mytilene and the mainland, and safely anchored at Nagara in the Dardanelles that evening. Vice Admiral Williams, of the British Navy, and other British officers left the squadron. On October 4 the squadron made a short cruise out of the Dardanelles, but returned the next day and anchored off Constantinople and remained there until October 16. In the meantime, the harbors of Salonika, Smyrna, 24 the Italian-Turkish War, Beirut, and the approaches to the Dardanelles were mined. Single Italian cruisers were seen in the Aegean Sea on October 4 and 6. 3 Italian destroyers appeared off Mytilene on October 15. The transportation of the Italian Expedition Corps. The Italian Navy Department collected 60 steamers of 1,300 to 9,200 gross tonnage at Naples, Palermo and Genoa. A naval officer was in command of each transport with 25 sailors of the Navy. Those transports that were subventioned as auxiliaries for war were armed. All the details of embarkation, loading and routes for the single transports saw in a fleet were successfully kept profound secret. The Expedition Corps was divided into 2 divisions. The first division was sent to Tripoli and the second to the ports of Cyrenaica. The van sailed in 5 transports from Genoa, via Naples, on October 6 for Tobruk with some troops and material of the 2nd Division, and arrived October 10. October 9. 62 transports sailed from different Italian ports. 12 transports with the staff of the Expeditionary Corps and the 1st Division with 9 additional transports sailed from Palermo for Tripoli. Within Italian waters the fleet steamed in single column of vessels, with cruisers and torpedo boats ahead and on the flanks. After leaving the Sicilian coast they formed double column, and in 2 groups. The first group of 19 transports and the second of 14 transports. Speed was 10 knots. 2 battleships and several destroyers were in the van, and likewise 2 battleships in the rear with more torpedo destroyers. Destroyers also were disposed to form a chain of outposts along the course between Tripoli and Augusta, the naval base. The first squadron was stationed in the passages from the Aegean Sea to the Mediterranean to prevent any interference by the enemy's squadron. The naval commander-in-chief was, at the departure of the convoy, at Augusta. Good weather was experienced and the first group arrived at Tripoli October 12. The second group arrived October 15. These were preceded by the vase convoying 2 transports and a hospital ship. The disembarking was accomplished by means of the ship's boats with a large number of large fishing smacks from the island. The Italian-Turkish War. 25 of Lampedusa. The landing proceeded at Tripoli without interruption. The troops from the first group were all landed by October 15, and those of the second group by October 18. A total of 20,000 men being landed from the 2 groups. Immediately upon landing the army took the positions held by the naval landing parties, and especially the entrenchments at the 14 wells of Bumilayana, which had been the repeated object of attack by the Turks. The engineers immediately began to build entrenchments around the city. The army was promptly engaged with the Turks, who made night attacks on Bumilayana on October 15. 16th and 18th, both sides suffering losses in killed and wounded. October 13th, 20th transports sailed from Naples with the 2nd Division, about 9,000 men, and arrived off Benghazi October 18th, having experienced bad weather on the passage. This convoy was escorted by 4 battleships of the 1st Division, 3 cruisers, 1 destroyer and the 2 seagoing torpedo boat divisions. This group was followed by transports that left Naples between October 15 and 20 with the rest of the 2nd Infantry Division, about 6,000 men. With these the transportation of the Expedition Corps was practically completed. Events in the Red Sea and vicinity of Suez Canal. For the protection of the Italian colony of Erythra, the Artusa, Volturna and Starfleet were cruising in the Red Sea and, on October 2, 1911, engaged the Turkish destroyer Prikaiskit which fled into the harbor of Hodeidah. The Italians then engaged the ships and forts and withdrew after sinking a custom house motorboat. The Italian garrison in Erythra was reinforced from the 3,700 Italian regulars to 10,000 men by recruiting natives. The cruiser Puglia landed 5 and 6-inch guns that were mounted on the works at Massoua. September 30, the Turkish armored coast defense ship Mu'in Zafer that had been stationed at Beirut arrived at Port Said, and the Turkish transport Kayseri with 700 Turkish troops came from Hodeidah. Several days later a Russian transport also arrived from Hodeidah with 800 Turkish troops. As the Turkish vessels did not leave within 24 hours, the Italian and British consuls protested and the Turkish troops were landed and taken to the hospital because of the prevalence of cholera. The troops, 26, the Italian-Turkish were subsequently sent under Egyptian escort to Palestine. The Mu'in-i Zafar and an old Turkish gunboat were disarmed, their guns and ammunition being landed at Port Said. Chart op Red Sea. Joe. The cruiser war. When war was declared, both belligerents proceeded to seize unarmed vessels of the enemy. The Italians began by seizing 2 steamers carrying small detachments of Turkish troops off the Albanian coast, and the Turks seized an Italian steamer in the Dardanelles loaded with grain and lumber. Subsequently, the Italian-Turkish War. 27. Large vessels were not seized, and prizes were limited to smaller craft. The Hague Convention and London Conference on International Law were proclaimed by both belligerents to be respected, though neither had ratified the Hague Convention, which had been signed by their representatives. The Turks were not even represented at the London Conference. The Italian government proclaimed that contraband of war included guns and weapons of all description, ammunition and all material that may be used in war or be directly serviceable for the land and naval forces. The Turkish government issued a similar proclamation. To avoid conflict with Russia, the Gerhard government agreed to permit neutral vessels to pass through Tte Dardanelles from Black Sea ports, provided they did not take contraband of war, and even permitted neutral ships to pass bound for Italian ports in case their cargoes were not consigned to the Italian government or to be of service for the military or naval forces of Italy. Prize courts were established by both belligerents during October. The occupation of Benghazi. The official report of Lieutenant General Bricola gives the following details of the operations at Benghazi. On October 18 carried a fleet of 8 transports convoyed by the Vittorio Emanuele, Regina Elena, Roma, Napoli, Piemonte Liguria and Etruria with 5 destroyers and 7 high-sea torpedo boats arrived off Benghazi with the staff and half of the 2nd Infantry Division. Admiral Aubrey's demand for the surrender of the city was refused by Chakir Bey, who had a force of 400 regulars and 2,500 irregular troops with 2 rapid-fire batteries. The Italians opened fire the next morning at a range of 1,000 meters on the entrenchments at Burqa to the southward, and on the lighthouse and magazine to the northward. At the same time, 8 a.m., the squadron landing force of 800 men and 4 guns disembarked, followed by the troops disembarking by means of the ship's boats, 13 pontoon floats and lighters from Tripoli. The first sailor company landed at 8.50 on the Giliana beach. 28. The Italian-Turkish War. 2,000 yards south of the city. 1 detachment went along their beach and occupied the Christian cemetery on a sand dune 10 meters high. Pioneers followed the first landing party and facilitated landing by 5 pontoon landing stages. Major General Emiglio landed and took command. The Turkish troops stationed north of the city, to oppose landing there, rapidly rain. Map of Benghazi. Forced those at Burqa and vigorously attacked the center and right flank of the Italians. The ships bombarded the Turkish position, but the sailors in the cemetery were exposed to a heavy fire and also in danger of the shells from the fleet, so that they were obliged to temporarily abandon the cemetery. The torpedo boat also with several armed ships' boats proceeded to the Custom House wharf to see if the Turkish troops had evacuated there. The Italian-Turkish War. 29. City. But they were met with such a heavy fire from the troops concealed there that they withdrew. The fleet then directed a heavy fire on the Custom House, which was completely demolished. At 11.30 General Emiglio occupied the sand dunes back of Buscapa Point with the sailors and 2 companies of infantry. The landing of the 4th and 63rd Infantry Regiments was delayed by the heavy seas until 3 p.m. At 3.30 these troops proceeded to attack the Burqa barracks, supported by fire from the ships. General Bricola landed and took command, the troops fighting until sunset against the Turks entrenched at the barracks. The little town of Sidi Dorb was obstinately defended, and a house-to-house resistance was encountered in the streets of the village. The Turks were obliged to retreat to the city towards evening while the Italians, for lack of ammunition, remained entrenched at Burqa. During the night the Italians landed more of the troops so that their total force ashore amounted to 6,000 men. At the urgent request of General Bricola the ships opened fire on the southern portion of the city of Benghazi, the European quarter, using searchlights. There. BMJ-2 Ajment lasted 2 minutes and drove the Turkish troops out of the city, but it also destroyed many buildings, including the British and Italian consulates, and killed many citizens, including 12 Europeans, mostly British subjects. Admiral Aubrey bombarded the city only after repeated and urgent appeals from General Bricola, as he had declared before beginning hostilities that the fleet would not bombard the city. October 29 the Turks evacuated the city, which was at once occupied by the Italians. The Turks withdrew to the elevated plateau east of the city and established headquarters at Bumarian, about 20 miles from the coast. The sailor landing parties re-embarked, but left their guns ashore to reinforce the field artillery. The Italians reported a loss of 0 killed and S8 wounded, and estimated the Turkish loss TT 200 killed and V. A few days later the 4th Infantry Brigade at Benghazi was reinforced by the 68th Regiment of the 2nd Brigade. The Arabs along the coast of Benghazi joined the Italians, while the Arabs from the interior reinforced the Turkish troops. The Italian-Turkish War. Enver Bey, formerly military attaché at Berlin, commanded the Turkish forces. Frequent skirmishes followed, but without decisive results. The Turks were usually repulsed the shell fire from the ships. The occupation of Derna, the Pisa, Amalfi, San Marco, Napoli, Agordat and Kotit, with 3 destroyers and several transports with troops, arrived off Derna, October 15, and negotiations for the surrender of the town failed. The Pisa then bombarded the town for 45 minutes. The fire was directed against the barracks and a small fort with 2 light guns. The fire was slow at rate of 1 shot per minute. As this was not answered, a boat with flag of truce was sent in, but it was met with a volley of rifle fire. The 4 armored cruisers then opened fire on the town with 6-inch and 7.6-inch guns and in the course of 30 minutes completely destroyed it. A landing party of 500 men, escorted by the destroyers, attempted to land at 2 p.m., but owing to the rough sea and heavy infantry fire from the Turks entrenched on the beach, this attempt was repulsed. The ships then shelled the beach until 4 p.m. The next day a strong northeast wind and heavy seas prevented any attempt to land. October 18 the Turks evacuated the place and 1,500 men of the Alpine Chasseurs with pioneers and field artillery took Posses Sion. After this there were daily skirmishes and the Turks gave the Italians no rest. The Arabs from the interior reinforced the Turks daily, and on October 25 the Italians were reinforced by the 22d Infantry Regiment. October 28 the Turks succeeded in capturing several guns and ammunition in an attack upon the Italians, but the fire of the ships drove them back and the Italians were not dislodged. The Akropatic, if Homs. October 16 the V's, RP and 4 transports with the 8th Bersaglieri Regiment having 6 field guns were sent from Tripoli to take possession of Horns. The Turkish commander refused to surrender and as heavy seas and bad weather prevented. The Italian-Turkish War. 31. Landing during the first 3 days the V's and Marco Polo that arrived on the 17th, bombarded the castle and entrenchments on its flanks. The Italians estimated the Turks at 500 regular and 1,000 irregular troops. The weather moderated on October 21 and the Italians landed after overcoming a stubborn resistance. 2 Italian boats capsized. The Turks subsequently frequently attacked the Italians, but were, as usual, repulsed by fire from the ships. The Italian military position at Tripoli in October, 1911. The First Corps of the Italians were entrenched around the city of Tripoli, from Fort Gagaresh 2 kilometers west of the city to Shkarashkat 3 kilometers east. The right flank extended from Gagaresh to Bumaliana and was held by the 63d Regiment. The 82d and 80th Regiments held the center from Bumaliana to the village Hani, They occupied the cavalry barracks and Fort Mesri. The Llth Bersaglieri Regiment occupied the left flank from Heni to Shkarashkat, serving as reserves. In rear, at the extreme flanks, the naval landing brigades from the training ships squadron and a part of the 4th Infantry were stationed. The desert afforded unobstructed view of the approaches on the right flank, so that the Turks were there exposed to the gunfire from the ships. The center was opposite the edge of the oasis and the left flank faced the oasis, where elevations, trees, garden walls and buildings obstructed the view of the country beyond. It was difficult to reconnoiter this country, and the Italians used aeroplanes, 3 aeroplanes at Benghazi and 6 at Tripoli. The first aeroplane was used on November 1, from which hand grenades were thrown upon the Turkish camp at Ain Zara. The Italians used a hand grenade invented by Lieutenant Cipelli, of the Navy, who was killed by an explosion of one of these grenades. These Cipelli grenades are made at Spezia. They are formed of a steel shell, about the size of an orange, filled with picrate acid. A cap is inserted just before the grenade is to be used. It is exploded by a steel ball that is withheld in position by means of a safety pin that is removed immediately before the hand grenade is thrown. The steel ball is held in place after the removal of the safety pin by pressure of the hand. In case there #X V greater than 34 The Italian-Turkish War. Aviator is alone in his flight. It is necessary for him to use one hand on the steering gear while he holds the grenade between his knees to remove the safety pin with the other hand. The use of the aeroplanes at Tripoli was much limited by the winds and dust from the sandy desert. The Italians suffered for lack of water, as the available wells were not sufficient to supply them with water. Naval waterboats were in constant service transporting water from Sicily to Tripoli. Cholera prevailed, and during the first weeks the Italian army suffered a loss of 25 to 30 men daily, who died from cholera. The mortality among the civilians in Tripoli was much greater. The Turkish position around Tripoli. The Turkish garrison of 2,870 men withdrew to Ain Zara, about 5 miles south of Tripoli, with their main body at Zanzur, 12 miles southwest of the city. Their outposts were close to the Italian lines. By strenuous work the Turkish commander, Colonel Neshkat Bey, organized an effective force, which he recruited from the natives by volunteers, to 20,000 men by November 1, and which was being daily reinforced. These volunteers were good riflemen and marksmen, but undisciplined. The chief bases for recruits were at Azizia, Kazrian, and Kazvefren, from 40 to 75 miles south of Tripoli. Engagements at Tripoli during November 1911. A series of attacks on the Italians were made in force by the Turks with 6,000 men on October the 23rd to the 26th. Chiefly against the Italian center and left flank. These attacks were supported by a revolt of the people in the city that was suppressed with great loss by the Llth Bersaglieri Regiment. The Sicilia and Sardinia participated in the defense, or positions on the left flank by shelling the Turks. The Turks were finally repulsed, but they gained position by capturing Bumaliana, Heni and Fort Mesri with several field guns, machine guns and other war material. Together with about 100 prisoners, the Italians were obliged to take up a new position that extended from the right flank to Feshlam and Shkarazaniyat. There, the Italian-Turkish War. 35 Turks took possession of the forts around the city, and, on October 31, they began to bombard the city from Fort Hamid. They were soon silenced by the gunfire of the Carlo Alberto and Lampo. In the battles of October 23 and 26 the Italians lost 382 killed and 1,158 wounded. The Italians estimated the Turks lost 1,000. The civilians who participated in the revolt were arrested and about 100 were convicted and shot. It was reported that a much large number of civilians were executed, some stating over 400, but this has not been verified and was denied by the Italian government. It was reported that some of the irregular Arab troops, who had expended their ammunition and surrendered, were shot. In consequence of these reports the Turkish government protested against the inhumanity of the Italians to the Hague Court. The Italians claim that the native population were only treated as absolutely necessary for self-defense. General Caneva then sent 3,000 of the citizens as prisoners of war to Gaeta and the islands of Ustica and Tremiti. He also compulsorily disarmed all the natives. The Italians were reinforced by fresh troops from Italy to the number of 30,000 men by November 7. After which they began to retake the positions formerly occupied. The 5th Brigade of Infantry that had just arrived recaptured Fort Hamid with difficulty. The training ship division shelled Fort Sultanj, and Sea Fort Gargaresh. 2 battalions made a reconnaissance in force towards Ain Zara and Zanzur. The Turks made a series of attacks after November 9, but were repulsed by shell fire from the ships Liguria, Carlo Alberto, Partenope and Sino. The hotly contested entrenchments at Bumiliana were recaptured, but had to be abandoned again because the heavy rains had flooded the neighborhood. In the infusion of the flood, the Turks made a vigorous attack on November 17 and captured several Italian guns. The rainy season deferred extensive invasion into the interior. November 5, 1911. The King of Italy proclaimed the annexation of Tripoli and Cyrenaica, and under the complete sovereignty of the King of Italy. 36. The Italian-Turkish War. Reinforcements for the Italian troops. A second expedition corps was formed and transported in detachments to Tripoli and Cyrenaica during the early part of November. The organizations were as follows: 3rd Infantry Division, Lieutenant General de Chaurand, 6th Brigade, 6th Brigade, 18th Regiment Infantry, 52d Regiment Infantry, 93d Regiment Infantry, 23d Regiment Infantry, 1 Regiment Field Artillery, 6 batteries, 3 squadrons cavalry. 4th Infantry Division, L1 at General Count Trombi, 7th Brigade, 8TL/Brigade, 20th Regiment Infantry, 37th Regiment Infantry, 79th Regiment Infantry, 50th Regiment Infantry, 1 Regiment Field Artillery, 6 batteries, 3 squadrons cavalry. By November 20, 1911, Italy had sent the following: 16 regiments of infantry 48,000, 3 regiments Bersaglieri 9,000, 3 battalions grenadiers 3,000, 4 battalions alpine chasseurs 4,000, 4 regiments combination field artillery 6,000, 3 battalions pioneers 3,000, 2 battalions engineers 1,000, 12 squadrons cavalry 2,400, 3 squadrons carabineers 600, 6 detachments against arms service 1,000, train 7,000, 85,000 exclusive of a detachment of special troops. The troops sent to Italy included some of the men on reserve lists and were not exclusively those belonging to the active army. Additional reserves were called out to replace these men, to number about 90,000 additional reserves. As there was a lack of officers trained as aviators, 10 civilian aviators volunteered, with a corps of artificer mechanics and 60 engineer soldiers. One half of these were sent to Derna and Tobruk and the others to Tripoli. The Italian-Turkish War. 37. The activity of the Italian Navy. The cooperation of the Navy, after the landing of the first expedition corps, was to accomplish the following objects. 1. The support of the land forces in engagements on shore was assigned to the Sicilia, Carlo Alberto, Sardinia and Marco Polo off Tripoli and Horns. 2. The blockade of the Tripolitan coast, that was first conducted by the cruisers and torpedo vessels, was assigned after November 10 to the 4 new Italian mail steamers that formerly plied between Naples and Palermo and which were each armed with 6 6-inch guns. 3. The Turkish coasts of Albania, Syria and the Aegean Sea were reconnoitered by a division of 4 destroyers in each region. 4. The passages between Crete and the mainland were guarded by several ships and destroyers of the Duke of Abruzzes's command. As the transports conveying troops were constantly going to and from Tripoli and Italy without convoy, it was necessary to guard these passages strictly. Early in November, several cruisers and torpedo boats bombarded the small Tripolitan coast ports at Zara and Ageta near the Tunisian frontier in order to destroy the contraband stores that had been collected from across the Tunisian border. The ships of the first 2 squadrons left October 24 for Augusta, Taranto and Naples to replenish stores and fuel, and prepare for a new series of operations that were rumored to be contemplated against the Turkish forces in the Aegean Sea. Tobruk was established as a naval base and some of the fleet replenished store and fuel there. The Turkish squadron remained off Constantinople and rarely left the Dardanelles. In expectation of an attack by the Italian fleet, the Turkish troops on all the islands of the Aegean Sea were reinforced, especially at Lemnos, Mytilene, Chios and Rhodes. 38 The Italian-Turkish War. The defenses of the Dardanelles and Bosphorus. General remarks. The coast defenses and fortified sites of Turkey are few in number, and, generally speaking, do not merit serious attention, as they do not answer the modern requirements of defense either from an engineering or an artillery point of view. The exceptions are those of the Dardanelles and Bosphorus, which were considerably improved in 1887 and are still in a fairly satisfactory condition. The land defenses, especially at the approaches to Constantinople at the Çatalca line, have been much improved of late years and consist of a regular system of separate forts connected by batteries. In these days of high explosive shells and rapid firing batteries, long and narrow straits require a special form of coast defense. Guns do not require to be of particularly long range provided the batteries are carefully located to suit the terrain and are capable of bringing a heavy volume of fire on the required objective. The guns used by Turkey along the coasts were nearly all made by Krupp, while the naval guns were mostly supplied by the British firms, Armstrong and Elswick. The Dardanelles defences, the Straits of the Dardanelles, or the Hellespont, as they used to be called, connect the Aegean Sea with the Sea of Marmara. They have a total length of 42 miles, a width varying from 1,400 yards to 8,200 yards and a depth of from 70 to 350 feet. A strong current flows through to the Aegean Sea that impedes progress of vessels that enter from the Aegean Sea. There are two important islands in the Aegean Sea near the entrance to the straits named Imbos and Tenedos. Biskra Bay is opposite Tenedos. This is a good roadstead and is often visited by European squadrons, to whom entrance. Ilya account of the defences of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus is taken from the Journal of the Royal Artillery for January, 1913, and is a translation from the Russian Artillery Journal of August, 1912, by Lieutenant J. K. L. Kidd/His. R. H. A., and is the latest and the most reliable information on this subject. The Italian-Turkish War. 39. Through the straits is forbidden. There is a modern fort and a wireless station at Biskra Bay. The defenses of the straits have been strengthened during the past 25 years. Batteries have been constructed to command the narrower portions of the straits. The southern entrance is guarded by the batteries at Kumkale on the Asiatic and Sedilba on the European shore. These are separated by a distance of 4,060 yards and are built in the immediate vicinity of the ancient castles of the same names erected by Muhammad IV in 1659. The defences are as follows, starting from the Aegean Sea to the Sea of Marmara, on the European shore. 1. Ertugrul Battery. This is east of Cape Challis on the edge of a small bay and is armed with 8 9.4-inch guns. 2. Sedilba Battery. This was constructed in 1886 at the extremity of the Gallipoli Peninsula on the Aegean Sea near the ancient stone castle of Sedilba. This is square-shaped with large low towers at each corner, and is now used as an arsenal and powder magazine. The battery is armed with 6 Krupp 11.2-inch, 10.2-in and 9.4-inch guns. There are also 6 field guns. 3. Swandi Tabia Battery. This is armed with 347 Nordenfeldt guns and covers the mine area between Swandi and Cephas. 4. Yildiz Tabia Battery. This is built on a hill 300 feet above sea level and is designed to operate against the ships, which from a position in Siglovsk Bay might flank the batteries Kamadi and Kmanlek on the Asiatic shore. It is armed with 14 8.3-inch and 5.9-inch guns. 5. Nordenfeldt Tabia Battery. Situated a little to the right and lower than the Yildiz Tabia Battery, is armed with 7 47mm Nordenfeldt guns. 6. Kamadi Battery near Cape Kedilba, is armed with 2 14-inch, 3 Nordenfeldts and 1 field gun. 7. Namazi Battery. Situated at the narrowest part of the straits, is semicular and has 16 guns of from 10.2 to 8.3 inch caliber, besides one field gun. This is the most important fort. 40. The Italian-Turkish War on the European side of the straits and is 35 feet above the sea level. It is near an ancient stone fort built in 1470 by Muhammad II. The narrowest part of the straits is between Kedilba and the town Cyrenaica. The current here flows at a rate of 5.25 miles per hour. The width is 1,400 yards. 8. Medrejid battery is armed with a 6.9 and one field gun. 9. Kamadim wave and Tabia battery is slightly higher than Medrejid battery and is armed with 6 field guns. 10. Konitsu Tabia battery possesses 4 5.9 inch and 8.3 inch howitzers. 11. Palas Baba Tabia battery is on the same hill as number 10 and has the same battery. 12. Mborni battery is built south of the Namazi battery and has 7 9.5 inch and 8.3 inch guns. Also one field gun. 13. Mwave and Tabia battery is on the hill above number 12 and has 3 field guns. 14. Chambornu Tabia battery is north of number 13 on about the same level and has 2 5.9 inch guns. 15. Loder's Tabia battery is built on a small hill north of the village Maitos and is armed with 2 5.9 inch guns. 16. Porus Tabia battery also has 2 5.9 inch guns. It is close to the ruins of the ancient stone fort Bokalkale, from which there is a submarine cable that connects it with Nagaran on the Asiatic shore. 17. Bokal Tabia battery is the left flank of the defenses on the European side and it has 2 5.9 inch guns. It stands on a headland near the village Bokal and is close to the lighthouse. All the forts along the European shore are connected by a high road that is kept in good repair, and also by telegraph and telephone lines. Gallipoli is a city of 50,000 inhabitants and has a good harbour. This was the first part of Europe occupied by the Turks. The land defences of the city are weak and obsolete. They could easily be turned by a force that might disembark in Kisarozk's Bay. The Turks have often planned to improve these defences, but nothing was done for lack of money. The Italian-Turkish War. 41. Beyond the Asiatic shore of the straits, the defences on the Asiatic shore of the straits have been considerably changed since 1877. The principal forts are as follows, viz. 1. Kamkale is a new fort located east of the old castle and it commands the entrance to the Dardanelles and its entrance into the Aegean Sea. It commands the area reaching to Sidilba on the European side. It is armed with 10 guns varying from 11 inch to 5.9 inch in caliber. It also has 6 field guns and 3 47mm Nordenfeldts. 2. Orchani battery stands on a high hill southwest of Kamkale and has 7 9.5 inch guns that command the entrance and approaches to the straits. 3. Dardanelles battery has 2 rapid-firing 5.9 inch Krupp guns. 4. Cephas Tabia battery is north of Cape Cephas lighthouse and is armed with 3 47mm Nordenfeldts. 5. Kamadi battery is on the shore of Cyrenaica Bay and has 15 guns varying from 11 inch to 5.9 inch caliber. 6. Kamenlek battery has 4 heavy guns, 4 47mm Nordenfeldts and 11 field guns. It has a searchlight and is connected by submarine cable with Nezami battery on the European shore. This is the strongest and best equipped battery on the Asiatic shore. There is a large ammunition store under the ruined castle Cyrenaica. 7. Medjid Tabia battery is barely visible from the sea. It is armed with 9 field guns. 8. Medrejid battery is armed with 15 heavy guns. 9. Nagara battery is on the right flank of the Asiatic defences of the Dardanelles and has 9 guns varying from 10.2 inch to 5.9 inch caliber. 10. Abelos Tabia battery and 11. Maltepe Tabia battery are both situated on the crest of a hill near Cape Nagara and each has 2 guns of medium caliber. These defences were considerably strengthened by additional works and temporary entrenchments during the war. The garrisons of all the forts were reinforced by the bulk of the Turkish army, while the equipment of all the forts was improved by the addition of numerous searchlights. The straits were filled with 42. The Italian-Turkish War. Mines and barricades of steel hawsers were kept ready to completely close the straits in case of an attack by the Italians. The following table shows the number of guns and the garrisons of the various forts on the shores of the Dardanelles. Number, name of fort, number of guns, officers, rank and file, compania, battalions, regiments. The Italian-Turkish War. 43. It is interesting to note that Nagara battery was constructed on the ruins of the village of Abides, near which Xerxes ordered a bridge to be built for the passage of his army across the straits. All the batteries were built with great care, and, with the exception of Kamidi and Namazi, are practically invisible from the sea. Their positions are, however, easily detected by the stone barracks which in every case have been built close behind them and are in full view of passing ships. If these batteries are well manned and efficiently handled, it seems almost impossible for any warship to run the gauntlets safely besides avoiding the mines and breaking through the barricades. These 107 guns between Cape Cephas and Nagara are of the latest modern types and they should stop any ship impeded by the strong current that runs at the rate of nearly 5 miles an hour. The foregoing is merely the strength on a peace footing, and in war these defenses are much more formidable, as was the case during the threatened passage of the Italian fleet. The Sea of Marmara joins the Straits of the Dardanelles with the Bosphorus. This sea is 170 miles long and 66 miles wide at its narrowest part. The Bosphorus connects with the Black Sea. It is 18 miles long and from 100 to 300 feet deep. The greatest width is 3,800 yards. While the narrowest part is only 700 yards across. The current flows at a rate of over 5 miles per hour. Its width makes it better for opposing the passage of the hostile fleet, but from an artillery point of view it is not as strong as the batteries along the Dardanelles. Beginning at the Sea of Marmara, the following are the chief forts of the Bosphorus. On the European shore, a disused fort called Melkisar stands at the entrance to the Bosphorus. It is connected by a submarine cable with Cape Candide on the Asiatic side. Darius witnessed the passage of his army across the straits from this point. It was here also where the Crusaders crossed into Asia. 1. Kiritborni battery is a new construction, but it is armed with 4 old pattern 6-inch guns. 2. Teltabia battery is situated on the cape of the same name and has 2 8.3-inch howitzers on the summit of the hill. 44. The Italian-Turkish War. 2 6-inch Armstrong guns shielded and lower down, while on the beach near an old Genoese castle there are 2 Nordenfeldts and a searchlight. 3. Ramilkavac battery has 2 14-inch Krupp guns and 1 9.4-inch howitzer. 4. Ramilkavac fort is armed with 6 modern guns. 5. Saritash battery is on the beach and is armed with 4 9.4-inch Krupps and 2 Nordenfeldts. 6. On Cape Mvromolo, 500 yards north of Saritash battery, there is a modern observation station and 4 howitzers. 7. Boyukliman battery has 4 9.4-inch Krupp guns, a searchlight and an observation station with an ammunition magazine. 8. Karab battery is located on the cape of the same name and has 4 heavy guns. 9. Fort Kelia is on the Black Sea, 6 miles from the entrance of the Bosphorus, and has 7 6-inch Krupp guns. Beyond the Asiatic shore, 1. Major battery is 930 yards north of Cape Mukbornu. It is a large square earthwork on the seashore and it is armed with 20 Krupp guns varying from 6-inch to 11-inch in caliber. This is the main fort on the Bosphorus. 2. Behind this and higher there is a work containing 2 Nordenfeldts and 4 field guns. 3. Still higher on the same hill are 4 9.4-inch howitzers. 4. Anatilkavac battery lies opposite Ramilkavac battery, in Europe, from which it is separated by a distance of 1,200 yards. It contains 11 Krupp guns. 5. Immediately above the last name there is an earthwork containing 4 9.4-inch guns and 4 Maxims. 6. There is a battery of 2 9.4-inch guns on the beach of Kikili Bay. 7. Filborni battery lies southwest of the cape of that name and contains 3 6-inch guns. 8. There is an ancient fort on Cape Buras that has a number of antiquated pieces of ordnance. 9. Anatilfanakhisar battery is armed with new pattern guns of various calibers. The Italian-Turkish War. 45-10. At Cape Boyuk Bornu, jutting out into the Black Sea, there is a battery of 2 field guns, while on a headland north of the mouth of the river Eva there are 4 field guns. Many of the batteries along the Straits of the Dardanelles and Bosphorus are constructed in or under the cliffs and in many cases have inadequate protection from splinters of rock, etc. Additional defenses for the war. These permanent fortifications were reinforced by mobile defenses of the navy. The Turkish fleet was anchored off Negara during this war, and the flotilla of torpedo boats and the vessels of the navy were expected to cooperate with the army in defending the passage of a hostile fleet through the Straits of Dardanelles. The defenses of the Dardanelles that consisted of 3 forts at the western entrance with 20 heavy guns and 80 heavy guns in the forts at the narrow strait between Cyrenaica and Negara were strengthened with 120 additional guns, but chiefly of smaller caliber. These forts were garrisoned by 7,000 men, and all the villages and buildings around these forts that might obstruct the fire of the guns were razed. The old minefields forming 3 barriers at Kumkale, Cyrenaica and Negara were reinforced by 2 additional minefields with Whitehead mines of the latest construction at Kafes. The old mines were not reliable. They had been neglected, and in that channel with depths ranging from 8 to 20 fathoms there is a strong current that often has a maximum strength of 5 miles per hour. 12 old hulks were provided and made ready to be sunk in the narrowest part of the strait, that is at Cyrenaica, where it is 1,300 meters in width. The entire Turkish fleet was also prepared to defend the passage through the Dardanelles. Admiral Fisher stated that in view of the topography and conditions in the Straits of Dardanelles they could not be taken or forced unless the attacking fleet could afford to sacrifice 20 obsolete battle airships and force the passage with the rest of the fleet, which should be of the most modern type. At Gallipolis 25,000 Turks were stationed to defend any attempt to land there. The heavily armed forts at Cape Karabayran and the Nasiki Peninsula were strengthened, and several batteries of rapid fire. 46. The Italian-Turkish War. Guns were mounted there to defend the approaches to Salonika, a city of 120,000 inhabitants. The entrance to the bay, 2 miles wide, was mined. The channels leading into Smyrna were defended by 2 forts at Sanjak Kalasi, 6 miles from Smyrna, which is a city of 300,000 inhabitants. These were strengthened, and a new earthwork fort was constructed with 12 6-inch guns with several rapid-fire batteries. 20,000 Turks were ready to prevent any landing. At Mytilene the garrison was reinforced by 2,000 troops. All the other important islands were likewise reinforced. Lemnos, Rhodes, Samos and Chios each receiving 1,500 additional troops with artillery. The Turkish government issued rifles to all Mohammedans in the islands of Aegean Sea, and ordered all Italians that resided in the region around the Dardanelles to leave, and, in the course of November, transported many to other parts of the country. Any attack by Italy on the Turks in Europe or Asia Minor would involve international complications, as all powers have possessions there, and, besides, the great strength of the highly trained Turkish army would render such an attempt hopeless. The Italian government, however, notified the Austrian and Russian governments of intention to blockade the Straits of Dardanelles on November 20, 1911. The Russian government answered in a note, on November 24, that the neutrality of the Dardanelles must be respected, and based this claim on the Pontoise Treaty of 1871. Which was further strengthened by the Protocol of the Declaration of London of 1909, that stipulated that the approaches to neutral ports shall not be blockaded. The Declaration of London was not ratified by the powers. Russia also protested against the Turkish contemplated design of placing barriers in the Straits of Dardanelles. On November 27 Italy replied that she did not intend to blockade the Dardanelles, but, nevertheless, the Turks continued to strengthen its defenses. The Austrian and Russian ambassadors endeavored to mediate to secure peace, to which Turkey replied that she had no objection to concluding an honorable peace, but the loss of the 2 African provinces could not be permitted by the young Turk government without endangering the country's constitution. The Italian-Turkish War. 47. Italian naval operations during December 1911. The 2nd Squadron remained in South Italian ports while the vessels of the 1st Squadron were distributed among the ports of Cyrenaica, and seldom visited the home ports. During the first part of December the Roma, Regina Elena, San Marco and Agordat were at Benghazi, the Napoli at Derna, the Vittorio Emanuele, Pisa, Etna and Etruria at Tobruk, with 12 torpedo vessels and the Volcano, the Marco Polo at Horns, and the training ship squadron at Tripoli. These vessels cooperated in all the engagements with the army on shore, by landing parties, their naval guns and by bombarding the Turkish forces whenever within range of the guns of ships. The 2 old battleships Italia and Lepanto were prepared as station ships to relieve the training ship squadron. The Italians had a large supply of ammunition for the 43 cm (16.8-inch) guns of these ships. The Vetapulsani, the Duke of Abruzzio's flagship, remained at Taranto and Brindisi until the middle of December. Some destroyers and high-sea torpedo boats of this division cruised singly along the Albanian and Grecian coasts, in the Ionian Sea, the Aegean Sea and along the coast of Asia Minor. The Liguria, Partenope, Dardo and Euro cooperated in attacking Zara, Misrata and Argub near the Tunisian frontier. December 15 the 1st Division arrived at Taranto and the training ship division at Spezia. All ships were revictualled and the flag officers went to Rome for a council of war. The navy was active in the Red Sea, where the squadron was reinforced by the Calabria returning from the Asiatic station. It was reported that 20,000 Arabs were organized in Arabia to attack the Italian colony at Erythra, and to reinforce the Turks in Cyrenaica. The Italian cruisers searched all the Arabian Red Sea ports for Turkish vessels and troops. November 19 the Puglia and Calabria destroyed the port of Aqaba, a place of 500 inhabitants, where Turkish troops had assembled. During the passage of the British King and Queen through the Red Sea en route returning from the coronation ceremonies in India, all hostilities were suspended until after November 26. November 30 the Calabria and Volturno bombarded the quarantine station Sheikh Zayed near Prim and Mocha, 40 miles north of Perim, where 5,000 Turks with 48 the Italian-Turkish war field artillery were preparing to cross the Red Sea and attack Erythra. They sank all their sailing craft, including a large number of dhows. After clearing the Red Sea of the Turks, the Italians re-established the lights on the coast of Erythra. Engagements at Tripoli. November 26, after the arrival of the 3rd Infantry Division, commonly designated as the 3rd Army Corps, the Italians attacked the Turks and Arabs and regained forts Mesri, Hani and Shkarat that had been occupied by the Turks after the battles on October 23. After this repulse, in which the Italians lost 16 killed and 104 wounded, the Turkish main body withdrew from Ain Zara to the southward. The Turks, however, continued occasional assaults until December 4, when General Frugani led a force of 16 battalions of Italian infantry with 5 batteries of field guns to attack the Turkish entrenchments at Ain Zara, where 3,000 Turks still remained. In the engagement that resulted in the capture of Ain Zara, the Italians had 17 killed and 94 wounded, while they estimated the Turkish loss at several hundred killed. The Italians captured 8 guns that had been rendered unserviceable. The Italians followed this up with a strong reconnaissance to the borders of the hill country, 30 to 35 kilometers south and southeast of Tripoli. Cavalry and aeroplanes served in this reconnaissance. The oasis on the east side of Tripoli was bombarded in zones by the Riumberto, Sicilia, Partenope, Fulmine and Cassiope without finding any enemy therein, so that the 93d Regiment of Infantry was sent to garrison Tajiura, about 15 kilometers east of Tripoli. The Italians next proceeded to entrench the newly acquired positions. A battery of 6-inch guns and 1 8-inch rifles howitzer that had been sent from Italy to bombard Aozara were now mounted there on the earthworks. A military railroad was constructed to connect Ain Zara with Tripoli. The Italians thus found ample room for further operations into the interior, and the fortifications of the approaches formed a secure base for conquest of the region. The Italian-Turkish War. 49. Engagements at Benghazi and Derna in December. The Arabs and Turks estimated at 15,000, made frequent attacks by day and night on the strongly entrenched Italian garrison in the southern suburbs of Benghazi. The 4 regiments of infantry acted on the defensive and were supported by the San Marco and Agordat. The Italians rarely attempted a sortie. An attack of 20,000 Turks was repulsed on November 30 with considerable loss. Shortly after this the garrison was reinforced by the 57th Infantry Regiment from Italy. The battleship Regina Elena also arrived from Tobruk. During the night of December 14 and 15 the Turks attacked in great force, but were repulsed by aid of the fire from the ships. The Italians lost several field guns. At Derna the Turks and Arabs were estimated at 3,500, but they were being constantly reinforced and a general assault on the Italian position was expected. During the latter part of November the garrison at Derna made a sortie with 3 battalions of infantry and 150 sailors from the Napoli. In an engagement of 8 hours the Italians lost 15 killed and 37 wounded. Such engagements, as these were frequent. November 30 Count Trombi arrived as governor of Derna with large reinforcements, consisting of the 26th Infantry Regiment, 1 battalion of Alpine Chasseurs and 1 battalion of the 20th Infantry, by which the strength of the garrison was increased to 15,000 men. The Italian and Turkish forces in Tripoli and Cyrenaica were constantly reinforced. The arrival of the 3rd Army Corps increased the Italian forces to 120,000 men, which were distributed as FLOs, at Tripoli, 70,000, at Benghazi, 25,000, at Derna, 15,000, at Horns, 5,000, and at Tobruk, 5,000. The withdrawal of the Turks into the interior enabled them to reinforce their troops considerably. The cost of the war was defrayed chiefly by free-will offerings of all Islam, Turkish officers, and men. Weapons, ammunition, and all kinds of supplies were constantly sent across the Egyptian and Tunisian frontiers. Notwithstanding their neutrality, the Italians occupied Sidi Barrami on the coast between Tobruk and Solom to prevent contraband and troops from entering across the Egyptian frontier, while the naval blockaders guarded the coast and captured several sailing ships with contraband. The Italians complained of this violation of the neutrality knot. 50. The Italian-Turkish War. So much against that from Egypt, which was done secretly, but against that from Tunis, where it was carried on openly. The French government declared that it did all in its power to stop the transportation of contraband, and suggested that Italy should strengthen her forces along the frontier. The effect of French prohibition stopped the caravan trade via Dilibat to Tripoli. The Turks used Dilibat, the eastern terminus of telegraph communication in Tunis, for dispatches to Europe, and they built a telegraph line from their headquarters south of Tripoli to Quistson, 5 kilometers from Dilibat. The Turkish sick and wounded were tended by French and German Red Cross societies and the Turkish Red Crescent Society, who reached the Turks and Arabs via Tunisian borders. The English Red Cross Society sent their supplies to the Turks via Egyptian frontier. The Italian government exercised a rigorous censorship over the press and correspondence of the newspapers were limited strictly in regard to their reports. These restrictions were so rigidly enforced that the majority or prominent correspondents left Tripoli and returned to their homes, and, excepting a few French correspondents, the Italians only were represented and their reports were revised by the Italian authorities. The Italian government, however, permitted all the military and naval attachés accredited to the foreign embassies and legations at Rome to visit Benghazi, Tripoli, Derna, Tobruk and Horns in the steamer Bosnia that was specially provided for them on condition that they would not publish anything they might see on the 4 weeks cruise that began October 18, 1911. Operations OK. The Italian Navy until February 20, 1912. During January, the Garibaldi, Vase, Etna and some torpedo boats were at Tobruk, the Ferruccio at Derna, the Etruria at Benghazi, the Marco Polo at Horns and the Carlo Alberto, Giuria, Iride and several high-sea torpedo boats at Tripoli. The greater part of the fleet that returned to Italy about the middle of December remained in Italy refitting, etc. As the Italian patrol of the Turkish European coasts had been to a great extent withdrawn and as it was evidently not intended, the Italian-Turkish War. 51. To attack such ports, the Turkish government discharged the reserves in the garrisons of the islands and some of those on the mainland. In the Red Sea, a threatened attack on the colony of Erythra caused the Italians to reinforce the naval forces so that they had the Piemonte, Calabria, Pugliese, Aretusa, Volturno, and Starfiter, with the 4 large destroyers Artigliere, Granatier, Bersagliere and Garibaldino. The Italian naval commander ascertained that 7 small Turkish gunboats that had been in the Persian Gulf were concealed near the Farsan Islands, and the above-named ships searched for them. These vessels had been ordered home, but ran out of coal and were unable to proceed, as the Turkish transport Kayseri, which had coal for these gunboats, had been captured by the Italians. The Italians were ignorant that the lack of coal had prevented these gunboats from reaching Suez, and believed that they had entered the Red Sea to transport Arabs to reinforce the Turks or to attack Erythra. January 7, the Italians discovered the 7 gunboats with the steam yacht Fuad, at anchor at Confuda. The Italian ships opened fire on the gunboats, and, after 3 hours firing at 4,500 meters, they sank all except 3 that were beached. The crews deserted the beached gunboats and the Italians completed their total destruction the next morning, getting some light guns and a few trophies from the little squadron. The Italians bombarded Confuda and captured 4 Arab sailing vessels and the yacht Fuad, which they towed to Maswa. They bombarded small Arabian Red Sea ports, Aqaba, for the 3rd time on January 19, Jabana, Sheikh Zayed, Mocha and Midi. The auxiliary cruiser Città di Palermo bombarded a camp on the Sinai Peninsula, but these bombardments caused very little damage to the Arabs, as most of the shells failed to explode. The Italians thereupon declared the coast blockaded for a distance of 45 miles around Hodeidah in the Red Sea, a seaport of 45,000 inhabitants. This blockade became effective January 26, 1912. It was caused by the transportation of Turkish troops, money and supplies in neutral vessels to Hodeidah. The Egyptian mail steamer Menzala was seized with 750,000 francs on board consigned to Turkish officials. The Volturno found 20 Turkish officers on 52. The Italian-Turkish War. Board the British steamer Africa and the Austrian Lloyd steamer Brennes. The blockade of Hodeidah was assigned chiefly to the 2 large armed fast mail steamers Duca degli Abruzzi and Duca di Genova that had been sent from Italy with the cruisers Liguria and Elba. In the bombardment of Jabana, the Piemonte damaged the railroad building by the French there, and the railroad company sued the Italian government for 200,000 liras for the damage to French property. The Italians took off about 100 British and some French residents of Hodeidah. Early in February, the Italians supported the Arabian leader of the insurrection against the Turks, Said Idris, 200 of whose followers took possession of Farsan Island, while these insurgents put the Turkish forces of Yemen on the defensive and greatly relieved the Italians. Operations at Tripoli in January. The Italians were frequently attacked at Ain Zara by the Turks, who established their active headquarters at Azazaya with their main body at Grian. The Italians made repeated attempts during January and early in February to capture Zanzur, but failed with heavy losses. The failure of an attack with 4 battalions of infantry, on December 17, caused the relief of Lieutenant General Picari Giraldi by Lieutenant General Camerina. The Turkish commander who defeated the Italians was Colonel Farah, who was promoted to Major General for his victory. Details of this action were suppressed, but the Italians lost 50 killed and over 100 wounded. The Turks surrounded Tripoli exterior to the circumference of a circle with a radius of 15 to 20 kilometers extending from near the village of Gargaresh around near Ain Zara to Be'el Turkey east of Ain Zara. The natives of Gargaresh affiliated with the Italians, and the Turks captured the town in order to punish the people for sympathizing with the Italians. On January 18, the Turks repulsed an attack by 4 battalions of infantry to recapture the place. The Italians were repulsed and only succeeded in taking the place after a desperate fight 2 days later. The Turks then withdrew, but repeatedly renewed attacks on the Italians there. The Turks repeatedly attacked the Italian-Turkish Y. 53, Ain Zara, but on February 5 they were driven out of their position between Ain Zara and Gargaresh by long continued bombardment with 6-inch siege guns. An attack on Zanzur on February 22 with 4 battalions of infantry and 3 field batteries was repulsed by the Turks. At Horns the Italians were obliged to remain close to the town. The Turks attacked repeatedly, but were always repulsed by shells from the Marco Polo. Zara, 105 kilometers west of Tripoli, was a junction of the trade route between Tunis and Grian. It was frequently bombarded by the Italian ships, but landing detachments were obliged to re-embark by the Turks. The occupation of the town was decided upon just before Christmas when the Pisa convoyed 4 transports with the 10th Infantry Brigade to Zara. Bad weather prevented landing, and after waiting several days the expedition returned to Augusta. The shells from the ships destroyed several buildings in the town, but the energetic Turkish command repulsed all attempts to land. The Italians finally abandoned the idea of landing, as it would require greater sacrifices than the possession of the place warranted. In Cyrenaica the Italians extended their occupation during January and February at Benghazi for a distance of 7 kilometers from the city, and likewise at Derna and Tobruk. Strong fortifications were constructed, and heavy 6-inch siege guns were mounted on the works. At Benghazi the works were connected by a military field railroad 10 kilometers long. At all these places the Italians acted on the defensive and repulsed the constant attacks by the Turks by aid of shell fire from ships. As these defenses were well within range of the guns of the ships in the harbors, invasion into the interior was not attempted, and efforts were chiefly directed to strengthen the defenses of a limited region along the coast and along the captured seaports. The Italians planned to prolong the war, and in the course of time by conciliatory conduct towards the Arabs, to win them over and persuade them to accept the Italian conquest. 54. The Italian-Turkish War. Aviation. The military aviators rendered good service as scouts. Lieutenant Rossi, of the Italian Navy, made 60 flights at Tobruk, and he recommended that the use of the Cypelli hand grenades should be discontinued because they are too difficult for a single aviator and very dangerous, besides which they rarely hit, and seldom exploded in the soft sand of the desert. Most all of the aeroplanes used by the Italians carry the aviator only. These aviators are obliged to ascend to heights of 1,000 meters or more over the enemy's position that the aeroplane may not be hit by rifle bullets, notwithstanding the lack of proper aiming apparatus. In a flight at Tobruk, Rossi took Captain Montu as a passenger on February 1, and when at a height of 600 meters, the aeroplane was hit 5 times by rifle bullets, and Captain Montu, himself, was hit and slightly wounded. The Italian military aeroplanes carry the aviator only and are of the types of Blériot, Nieuport, Etrich and Farman, with 50 horsepower motors. They cost about $6,000 each, and will serve for about 6 months. It is contemplated to procure larger aeroplanes of 70 to 100 horsepower and capable of carrying several passengers. Upon arrival at the theater of the war they will experiment with various types of hand grenades. The Italian aviators, instead of throwing hand grenades, substituted Arab script calling upon the Arabs to surrender. Captain Moiso made a flight to scout from Tripoli to Gria, 85 kilometers south of Tripoli, and return, and on February 12 he made a flight from Tripoli to Horns and return, a distance of 240 kilometers, 150 miles. Contraband op war transportation. Solom, on the coast of the Egyptian Tripolitan frontier, was the chief route for Turkish volunteers and contraband of war to enter Cyrenaica. The railroad terminus at Marsumatruk, 300 kilometers west of Alexander, was connected by a good automobile road with Solom, a distance of 200 miles, and thus it was possible to cover the distance of 500 miles from Alexander in one day. Caravans then conveyed arms and ammunition in large quantities from Solom to the Turkish forces in Cyrenaica. Sailing ships loaded with contraband also landed near Solom, where the Italian-Turkish War. 55. They could not be seized by Italian blockaders. The Egyptian telegraph operators also received telegrams for Constantinople via Alexandria, and communication was practically uninterrupted. These conditions were changed after December 15 by the Turkish cession of Solom to Egypt instead of to Cyrenaica, to which it had always belonged theretofore. Shortly after this cession, Egyptian and British troops occupied Solom and suppressed the contraband trade. Lord Kitchener directed the strictest measures to guard against any violation of neutrality by conveying contraband and Turkish troops across the frontier beyond Solom. The telegraph operators were censored, and the British cruiser Suffolk arrived off Solom to enforce the observance of strict neutrality. These measures resulted in stopping 30 Turkish volunteers with 2 Russian aviators in their efforts to reinforce the Turks in Cyrenaica. But these measures did not prevent a large caravan of 175 camels to enter Cyrenaica from Egypt, presumably via Fayum. This brought a large number of officers and the men to aid the Turks. The Italians protested at Paris against the contraband trade and open violations of neutrality across the Tunisian frontier. This protest was answered by a statement that Italy openly procured camels and provisions for her troops from Tunis and also purchased flying machines in France for her forces in Tripoli. The misunderstanding between Italy and France was such that the Italians finally ordered the seizure of 2 of the larger French steamers plying between Marseille and Tunis, on which Turkish officers were suspected of being passengers. The French steamers Carthage and Manuba were seized off the coast of Sardinia, outside of Italian waters, and were taken to Cagliari, where they were detained 4 days and released. On board the Carthage they found the French aviator Duval with an aeroplane that the Italians claimed was intended for Turkish military service. On board the Manuba there were 29 persons who claimed to belong to the 2nd Detachment of the Red Crescent Society, while Italian officers claimed they were military combatants. The Manuba was obliged to land these 29 persons before proceeding on her voyage to Tunis. The Italians were finally convinced that the aviator Duval did not intend to go into Turkish service, and he sailed to Tunis. There. 56. The Italian-Turkish War. 29 persons of the Red Crescent Society were detained, and, after considerable correspondence and debates in the French Assembly, they were finally released by the Italians to the French government. Upon arrival at Marseille, these 29 persons were thoroughly examined and found to be all surgeons, nurses or sanitary attendants, and, with one exception, they were allowed to proceed to Tunis and thence to the Turkish headquarters. The one officer who was not allowed to proceed had large sums of money in his possession and was not solely on duty with the Red Crescent Society. The French government earnestly endeavored to stop all contraband trade. January 17. The Russian steamer Odessa arrived at Sfax from Preveza, and the Tunisian officials found a large consignment of arms-arid ammunition concealed in the coal bunkers. This cargo of 360 tons of war material was seized by the French-Tunisian officers. January 25. The destroyer Fulmin seized the French mail steamer Favignano in Tunisian waters and made a thorough search with force without finding any contraband on board. This episode made considerable excitement among the Tunisians, and caused such an animosity against the Italians that a large number of Italian residents in Tunis left the country. The French sent the armored ship Henry IV and 4 torpedo boats from Bizerte to the southeastern border of Tunis to stop contraband trade and enforce the obligations of neutrality. Italian naval operations during February until March 15. The Turkish armored coast defense ship Hornilla, Help of God, and destroyer Ankara were lying at Beirut, and the Italians feared these ships would interfere with the transportation of Italian troops to the Red Sea. Rear Admiral Thundi Revel arrived at Beirut with the Ferruccio and Garibaldi early in the morning of February 24. The Garibaldi steamed in close and fired a blank shot. The Turkish commander sent a boat with a flag of truce to the Garibaldi, called the Ankara to slip her chain and anchor in his lee close to the mole, and made preparations to defend his ship. The boat returned with a written demand upon the wall of Beirut for the delivery of the 2 Turkish ships in the harbor. The Italian-Turkish War. 57. 58. The Italian-Turkish War. Before 9 a.m., when unless a reply was received, he would proceed to attack the 2 ships, and he would be governed by Article 2 of the 9th Convention of the Second Hague Conference. The Italian cruisers proceeded to the eastward in St. George's Bay awaiting reply from Rohly. The Rohly received the written demand for the surrender of the two ships at 8:30 a.m., and was in the act of giving his consent, when, at 9 a.m., no answer having been received by the Italian admiral, the two ships opened fire on the Ornella at 6,000 meters, which replied slowly for about 20 minutes without making any hits. At 9:35 a fire broke out on board the Ornella, and 10 minutes later the Turks hauled down the flag and abandoned the ship with the surviving members of the crew of 220 men. The Garibaldi stood close in and at 600 meters fired with the 76 mm battery on the anchor without inflicting any damage. The Garibaldi then discharged a torpedo at the Ornella, but this deviated when halfway and ran in among a lot of lighters moored within the mole and exploded, causing 6 lighters to sink. 10 minutes later the Garibaldi fired a second torpedo that struck the Ornella amidships and caused her to sink until she grounded and laid aground with decks awash. The Ornella lost 3 officers and 55 men killed, with 8 officers and 100 men wounded. Stray shots from the Italian cruisers did great damage in the city, 66 civilians being killed in the city and several hundred being wounded. A great many buildings were damaged, among them were the Bank Ottoman, the German Palestine Bank, the Cyrenaica Bank, and the buildings and warehouses of the Custom House, some of which caught fire and were completely destroyed. The Italians withdrew at 11 a.m., out of sight to the northward. At 1:45 p.m., the two ships returned and the Ferruccio stood close in and fired upon the anchor, which was sunk by gunfire in the course of 3 minutes. The Italian ships then sailed to the westward. In consequence of the Italian action at Beirut, the Turkish government issued an order to expel all the Italians residing in the wilayats of Beirut, Aleppo, and Damascus within 14 days after February 28, 1912. And that all Italians residing in districts that might in the future be attacked by Italian naval ships, the Italian-Turkish War, 59, should be expelled from those regions. This affected 60,000 Italian residents in those regions. The expulsion of the Italians from the wilayats mentioned was strictly enforced. Those who did not leave voluntarily were compulsorily transported. After February, Italian torpedo boats again patrolled Turkish Mediterranean coasts, and the Italian press stated that hostile operations would be conducted in the Aegean Sea. It was stated that the Italians had only officially declared their intention to avoid attacks on the Albanian coast, and did not purpose to avoid all hostilities against other Turkish coasts. In the meanwhile, as the Italian forces did not make any important progress in the conquest of Tripoli, and the friendly offices of the great powers to re-establish peace had failed, it seemed highly probable that the threats of hostilities in the Aegean Sea, published by the Italian press, would be attempted. The Turks therefore decided to put all places liable to attack in the Aegean Sea in thorough defense. Measures for this had been suspended during the previous month, because they were given to understand that the scene of war would be limited by the Italians to Africa. The Turks began to strengthen the defenses of the western approaches to the Dardanelles at Kamkale and Sedilbar. The minefields were reinforced and improved. 350 guns were added to the fortifications, chiefly taken from the forts of the Bosphorus. The troops were drilled daily at target practice, and 40,000 infantry and cavalry were mobilized in the Dardanelles district. The passage of merchant ships through the Dardanelles at night was prohibited, and because of the minefields all were compelled to take pilots. Turkish torpedo boats constantly patrolled the approaches, and the Turkish fleet was stationed at Nagara. At Smyrna 4 large merchant ships were heavily laden with stones and held ready to be sunk in the narrowest part of the harbor channel at about 6 miles from the city. 2 torpedo boats that had been stationed at Smyrna were withdrawn to the Dardanelles. An attack on Salonika was not expected so much because the commerce of that port was carried on chiefly by the Italian coal. 60 The Italian-Turkish War. Oni and Austrians were largely interested. Nevertheless, the Turks strengthened the fortifications and minefields and reinforced the garrisons. The Italian fleet in the meanwhile had completed all its refittings during the winter and assembled at Taranto and Tobruk. Vice Admiral Aubrey died March 4, and Vice Admiral Faravelli succeeded as Commander-in-Chief. He in turn was relieved by Vice Admiral Bile. The 10 Italian cruisers in the Bed Sea bombarded several Arabian ports, Midi, on February 29, Jubab, near Perim, on March 4, and Shaksed on March 6. Midi was at the same time attacked and captured by the followers of the insurgent Said Idris, to whom the Turkish Arabian garrison of 60 men surrendered. In consequence of the cooperation of the Said Idris with the Italians, the ruler Imar Yahya proclaimed a holy war, and called upon all the inhabitants of Yemen to lay aside their internal grievances and rally to the support of Turkey, to destroy Said Idris, and energetically oppose armed resistance against the Italians. After the blockade of Hodeidah, the Turks established communications between European Turkey and southern Yemen via Aden. The cost of the war. The approved estimates in the Italian parliament, in March, 1912, show that for the period of 5 months ending February 29, 1912, the current war expenses amounted to $41,495,000. Of which $5,790,000 was for the Navy and $35,705,000 for the Army, besides which $2,045,800 was expended for special purposes. $18,914,000 of the amount expended for the Army included the cost of mobilization and conduct of the war, transportation of troops, maintenance of personnel, purchase of horses, ammunition, and war material for the troops in Africa, and $11,966,000 was expended to replace the personnel and war material transported to Africa in the standing army in Italy, and for organizing additional forces in Italy. The $5,790,000 expended for the Navy was for the extraordinary expense of maintenance, transportation, the Italian-Turkish War. 61. Complements of ships and subsistence with cost of fuel and material consumed. The special sum of $2,045,800 was for harbor improvements at Tripoli, Horns, Benghazi and Derna, as well as for telegraph, telephone, and sanitary service in North Africa. This sum also defrayed the cost of laying new cables from Syracuse to Tripoli, and Syracuse to Benghazi. The expenses of the Army and Navy, thus estimated at $140,140,000, will be covered by the saving in the budget of $1,910.11, some $11,172,000, and that of $1,911.12 estimated at $14,504,000, together with $16,464,000 to be deducted from the regular budgets in the fiscal years 1912-13 to 1917-18. The apparently low cost of the war has been maintained by the economical administration of the finances, and this expense amounts to about $260,680 per day. But an accurate estimate of the total cost of the war, of course, cannot be given until after the war is over, because there are many details that are not considered in the present estimates. Expert financiers estimate that the war has, in the period ending February 29, 1912, cost a total of $57,900,000 or at a daily rate of $386,000. The Italian finances were thus in favorable condition, especially as the administration received a large surplus by economy in the budgets during the recent years. The Italian people were willing to make great sacrifices for this war, so that there was no lack of money on the part of Italy to still further prosecute the conquest of Tripoli. The Turks spent, up to the beginning of February, about 20 million francs, chiefly for establishing the new coast defenses. February 1, the War Minister received an appropriation of $4,436,320 for coast defenses. The friendly offices of neutral powers to re-establish peace between the belligerents failed. On March 9, the diplomatic representatives of Germany, Austria, England, France, and Russia took a united step for this purpose with the Italian government at Rome. They asked confidentially upon what terms Italy would agree to suspend hostilities. The Italian government replied March 15, according to the Corriere della Sera, as follows: Italy demands that Turkey shall recognize Italy's absolute sovereignty over the African provinces and withdraw all Turkish officers and troops from Africa, strictly forbidding Turkish 62 the Italian-Turkish war officers to lead the Arabs in opposing the Italians, and Italy will then cease hostilities in all parts of the Turkish Empire and reduce the imposts on Turkish goods to the former rates. Italy will, on the other hand, recognize the religious caliphate and give amnesty to all natives. Italy will assume that part of the Turkish debt apportioned to Tripoli, and will purchase the Turkish government property situated in Tripoli from the Turkish government. Italy further promises to agree, with other powers, to preserve the integrity of the Turkish Empire. The Italian parliamentary discussion proves that the nation fully agreed with the chief demands of the Italian government. It also appears that Russia had assembled troops on Transcaucasian frontier, had recalled the Russian ambassador Cyrenaica, who was in Constantinople for many years, and replaced him by von Gers, the former minister in Bucharest. The Russian press also reported that a Russian fleet was ready to proceed to the Bosphorus in case the Italians forced the passage of the Dardanelles. The Sultan presented the Sheikh of Senussi with a sword set with diamonds, a decoration, and other precious gifts in gratitude for his support of the war against the Italians. Turkey replied to Italy's claim by reasserting her claim to full sovereignty over her African provinces, and the Arabians were determined to continue their resistance to the Italian conquest under all conditions. The Arabian representatives in Constantinople declared that they will continue the war even if Turkey yields the annexation of these provinces to Italy. During the middle of March, the Arabians in Tripoli and Cyrenaica elected delegates to the Turkish parliament in Constantinople, and declared that the Italian proclamation of annexation of these two provinces to Italy was null and void. Military operations up to the middle of March, 1912. The Turks determined to vigorously prosecute the war in Tripoli and Cyrenaica, and incessantly attack the Italians at all points. At Tripoli, the Italians were kept constantly alarmed by these attacks by day and night. The Italians also failed after repeated attempts to capture Zanzur, which was occupied by the Turks in force, and which they fortified with artillery and The Italian-Turkish War. 63 Chine guns. In attacks against Zanzur, the Italians used, with but little effect, two dirigible balloons arranged for throwing various kinds of bombs and hand grenades. The Italians collected 3,000 burden-bearing camels and 300 riding camels for the Camel Corps in Tripoli. A battalion of Askaris and a camel-riding detachment arrived from Erythra late in February, and was vigorously attacked by Arabs. On March 4 at Barel, Turkey, the Askaris were routed, and only managed to escape into Tripoli under cover of darkness with heavy losses. A Turkish attack on Ain Zara was repulsed on March 10. Malarial fever broke out in the camp at Ain Zara, and the garrison was relieved by other Italian troops. A portion of the camp adorning a swamp was abandoned, and an advanced entrenchment was captured by the Turks and gave rise to a report that Italians had abandoned Ain Zara. A narrow-gauge railroad from Tripoli to Ain Zara was completed as far as Fornaci, which is 7 kilometers from Tripoli. The Italians built a field construction railroad to the stone quarries at Gargaresh for stone to build the breakwater at Tripoli. The campaign in Africa in March. At dawn of February 27, the Italian garrison at Horns surprised the Turks on the Murghab Heights, about 4 kilometers from the town and practically commanding the town. The bulk of the Turkish troops had been decoyed from the heights to oppose a feigned landing of Italians from a squadron of transports that appeared off Slyton, about 20 miles east of Horns. The Italians meanwhile entrenched their position on Murghab Heights, and that when the bulk of the main body of the Turks returned from Slyton that evening, the Italians defeated them in their efforts to retake the heights. Subsequently, the heights were strongly fortified and the Turks could not dislodge the Italians from their commanding position. There were many fierce combats at Benghazi from March 8 to March 12. After these were repelled, General Amiglio led a force of 7 battalions, with cavalry and artillery, to the oasis at Fogat, where he captured 500 Arabs after a desperate resistance. For this brilliant victory Major General Emiglio Watt, promoted to Lieutenant General. 64 The Italian-Turkish War. Attacks by the Turks at Derna on March 3, and at Mersa Tobruk on March 11 were repulsed with difficulty. In these engagements in Cyrenaica during the month ending March 15, 1912, the Italians lost 193 killed and 350 wounded. There was no probability of any decided advance by the Italians into the interior in the immediate future. The Commander-in-Chief, Lieutenant General Canra, convinced the government at Rome that successful advances into the interior can only be made very gradually, and must be accompanied by railroad construction that will secure every step that may be gained. The Chief of Staff, Major General Gastaldello, who originally advocated vigorously pushing the campaign into the interior, was relieved and replaced by Major General Chunzio. There was no probability of any substantial increase to reinforce the 100,000 troops in Africa. March 15. The reserves serving in Africa were, however, relieved by men of the active army. A German Red-Cross detachment succeeded in reaching Grian about March 1. This detachment consisted of 3 surgeons and 12 nurses, 2 of whom died of typhoid fever en route via Tunis. They attended the sick and wounded in the Turkish camp at Grian. Naval operations in April. At the beginning of April, 1912, the bulk of the Italian naval forces was in the home ports undergoing repairs and recruiting as in peace. Several divisions of torpedo boats and the 4 auxiliary cruisers, the Duca di Genova, Duca degli Abruzzi, Città di Palermo and Città di Messina, cruised along the Turkish Mediterranean coasts and searched merchant ships of all nationalities for contraband of war. The naval forces stationed off the north coast of Africa participated in small engagements with the land forces on the coast. Among other smaller engagements, the Etna bombarded Haifa, a small place near Benghazi. Vice Admiral Faravli was obliged to give up the command on account of a severe nervous ailment, and he was succeeded on April 9, 1912, by Vice Admiral Weil, who had shortly before this assumed command of the 2nd Squadron. Vice Admiral Amero Dast took command of the 2nd Squadron. The Italian-Turkish War. 65. After the training of the new Italian recruits was completed, the reserves of 1887 were relieved. The 4th Division, comprising 3 Garibaldis, were in the harbors of Cyrenaica, partly at Tobruk and partly in the Gulf of Bomba. It is said that Bomba, which is 55 nautical miles west of Tobruk, will be the future naval port on the African Mediterranean coast. The reason for this change is stated to be that the magnificent harbor of Tobruk lacks adequate supply of potable water, and that there is an ample supply of potable water at Bomba, which can also be easily defended by means of the islands of Menelaus and Bomba that command the approaches to the bay. The depths of water and anchorages are about the same at Tobruk and Bomba, but the serviceable area of the harbor at Bomba is considerably greater. The anchorage at Bomba is only 70 kilometers from Derna, with which it could readily be connected by a railroad. In case Bomba should be selected as the Italian naval port, Tobruk would serve for a base for light naval forces. As soon as the report of the occupation of Bomba was circulated, a large portion of the Turkish-Arabian forces besieging Tobruk was withdrawn to Bomba. The schoolship squadron of 3 Sardinas, reinforced by 2 armored cruisers under Vice Admiral Boro Ricci, resumed operations against Zara. This force was joined by the armored cruisers Carlo Alberto and Marco Polo, with the auxiliary cruisers Città di Catania and Città di Siracusa, 6 torpedo boats, 3 naval tugs and 3 transports having the 2 battalions of grenadiers on board, that sailed from Tripoli westward along the coast on April 8, 1912, for Zara. En route the latter force bombarded coast places and finally anchored, April 9, 2,000 meters distant from the coast in the newly surveyed harbor at Zara. The naval vessels began to bombard the town and fired shells all day at intervals of 5 minutes until night. The next morning 20 armed boats put off from the 3 transports and, favored by good weather, made a feint landing. The armored cruisers at the same time vigorously bombarded the town. This bombardment, however, caused no serious damage, but with the feigned loading had the effect of deceiving the enemy and preventing them from opposing the landing of the Gerhard Division. 66 The Italian-Turkish War of Infantry. At a point about 40 kilometers northwest of Zara, this division of about 10,000 men had embarked at Augusta in 7 transports during the night of April 7, and under the convoy of the school ship division arrived during the night of April 10 at the peninsula of Mercabes on the Tunisian border, with the support of the warships, including a number of torpedo vessels, Agordat, Iride, and 6 high-sea torpedo boats, that had sailed from Tripoli and had met the convoy at sea en route. The Navy immediately sounded out a channel and a landing place in this difficult locality that enabled the army to begin landing at 3 a.m. and complete the disembarkation the same day without any disturbance by the enemy. By noon the next day a detachment of Naval Brigade and Askaris also took possession of the small fort Fawa, or Bukames, at the southern end of the Mercabes Peninsula, about 35 kilometers from Zara. The Turkish-Arabian forces did not appear until after the Italians had secured possession of this fort and that attack was repulsed. The Italians then still further fortified their positions on the peninsula and prepared for their advance upon Zara from this new base. A small base 6 miles long and L/2 miles wide served as a good anchorage for the Italian vessels, and this place has been established as a torpedo boat station for the Italian torpedo craft. April 12 the Italian dirigible airship P2 and P3 arrived from Tripoli. These airships had reconnoitered the Turkish-Arabian positions at Zara, and gave the Italians at Fort Bukames written descriptions of the enemy's strength and positions at Zara. The airships then returned to Zara, where by means of 4 small anchors, they were anchored close to the Italian warships, from which they were supplied with gas and benzine. They then returned to Tripoli, 120 kilometers distant, after an absence from Tripoli of about 12 hours. For the transportation of contraband of war from Tunis via the coast road Ben Gardain was thus cut by the Italian occupation of Bukames. This obliged the contraband trade to take the more difficult and longer route via Dihbat Nalat, about 150 kilometers further in the interior. The Italian-Turkish War. 67. The bombardment of the Dardanelles. Although reports of Italian operations in the Aegean Sea had subsided, the Turks continued to maintain their defenses in readiness, especially in regards to the minefields in the Dardanelles. The Turkish fleet remained inactive in the Straits of Dardanelles, off Nagara. April 13. The Italian 1st Squadron, consisting of the Vittorio Emanuele, Roma, Napoli and 3 armored cruisers of the Pisa class, sailed from Taranto with the Vetta Pisani, flagship of the Duke of Abruzzo, and a number of flotillas of torpedo boats. The press reported that this fleet had sailed for Tripolitan waters to relieve the naval vessels operating there, but the fleet went TNT.HFD Aegean Sea to make a naval demonstration on their Turkish coasts. Simultaneously the 2nd Squadron sailed from Tobruk and Augusta for the same destination. This force comprised the flagship Regina Margherita, Benedetto Brin, Street, Bonn, E. Filiberto, 3 armored cruisers of the Garibaldi class, 3 auxiliary cruisers and 3 naval colliers. The fleet united during the night of April 17 near the island of Stampalia, west of Rhodes, and steamed the next morning at a speed of 12 knots to the northern part of the Aegean Sea, with the flotillas of torpedo destroyers in advance. The 3rd Division under Vice Admiral Amero D'Ast remained in the southern part of the Aegean Sea. The main body of the Italian fleet arrived in the northern extremity of the Aegean Sea during the night of April 18, and cut the cables between Imbros and the Dardanelles as well as that from Lemnos to Salonika and Tenedos. At dawn the fleet was off Enos. At 6:30 a.m., Vice Admiral Weil steamed thence southward towards the western entrance of the Dardanelles with the Pisa and Amalfi well advanced in order to entice the Turkish squadron out of the Dardanelles. About 9 a.m., a Turkish torpedo chaser was sighted off the entrance, but immediately withdrew within the straits upon the approach of the Garibaldi and Vise. The outer Turkish forts then opened fire from the 4 coast forts of the Dardanelles, Kumkale and Orchoi on the Asiatic side, and Sedilba and Ertugrul on the European side. These partly modern fortifications mounted 18 heavy crop guns of 8 inches to 11 inches caliber. 68 The Italian-Turkish War. The Italian ships returned the fire at a range of about 8,000 meters and fired for a period of 2 hours. The 3 ships of the 1st Division bombarded the 2 forts on the European side, and the 5 ships of the 2nd and 4th Divisions engaged the forts on the Asiatic side. Turkish reports estimate that the Italians fired 342 projectiles. The forts, especially Fort Orcani, were severely damaged. The barrack buildings were hit frequently, and in the Fort Sedilba alone the Turks suffered 15 men killed and 18 wounded. The Turkish fire was ineffective. About 150 Turkish projectiles were fired. The Italian official report states that the Italian ships sustained no damage, and they expressly denied the Turkish reports that the Viz had been set on fire by the Turkish projectiles. The Turks closedly _Dardanelles_ all ship _PN Ugon the appearance of the Italian fleet, and all. The openings in the minefields were Sios 3, while the main body of the fleet was engaged at the Dardanelles. The 3rd Division was active in the south. The battleship Emanuele Filiberto arrived at 5 a.m. with the torpedo boat Ostro, off Barthi, the chief port of the island of Samos, which has 10,000 inhabitants, and without any notice immediately opened fire on the infantry barracks for 1,200 men, and completely destroyed them. A Turkish gunboat that was in the harbor was sunk, the Italians claim, by a torpedo fired from the Ostro, while the Turks claim she was sunk by her own crew. The Italians departed immediately after sinking the gunboat. The Regina Margherita and Benedetto Brin, each with a torpedo boat, cut the cable between Rhodes and Marmaris at both cable landings. April 19. The main body of the Italian fleet started back to Italy, leaving the 3rd Division with the Pisa, Amalfi and a number of flotillas of torpedo boats to operate on the coast of Asia Minor and continued to destroy the cable communications. Among other places attacked, they destroyed the telegraph station at Chios and at Atsum opposite Chios. They destroyed the radio station at Galimiak, opposite Rhodes, that formerly held communication with the radio station at Derna, besides which they destroyed the telegraph station at Smyrna. These cable and telegraph stations were partly the property of the Italian-Turkish War. 69. The Turkish government, and partly belonged to the Eastern Telegraph Company. The Italian fleet bombarded the Dardanelles the day the House of Deputies opened its sessions in Constantinople with the newly elected delegates. The address from the Turkish throne on this occasion was, "The unjustifiable war waged by the Italians still continues notwithstanding the earnest desire for peace. We also desire peace, but we cannot make peace except upon the condition that the maintenance of our sovereign rights shall be preserved intact effectively." The Italian press designated the naval demonstration a protest against the address from the throne, as the tenor of that address was anticipated. Carried since 60 steamers with an average of 4,000 register tons passed through the Dardanelles daily. Neutral trade was badly crippled by closing the Straits of Dardanelles. French and Russian shippers complained to their ambassadors in Constantinople, and demanded damages from the Turkish government for stopping the commerce. The ambassadors and foreign governments, however, delayed action because the Turks declared, on April 19, that the Dardanelles would be open to commerce as soon as there appeared to be no immediate danger of further attacks by the Italians. The reopening of the Dardanelles was, however, still postponed, because some Italian ships and destroyers continued to operate in the Aegean Sea. As the Turks had long expected such an attack by the Italians, they were fully prepared to resist it, and consequently the Italian attack did not cause any serious damage nor induce a panic among the people. Speculators attempted to raise the price of provisions, whereupon the authorities in Constantinople published a decree that ample provisions were available in the government depots, and that the supply of provisions in the markets was ample. All persons concerned in efforts to raise the price of provisions would be summarily tried by martial law. April 16, the representatives of the great powers interrogated the Sublime Porte to ascertain under what conditions Turkey would consider negotiations for peace. The Turkish reply was 70. The Italian-Turkish War, in substance that which was expressed in the address from the throne to Parliament. Rear Admiral Williams, having retired from the duty of reorganizing the Turkish fleet, the British Rear Admiral Leptis, on the active list, was appointed to relieve him, and he arrived at Constantinople about the end of April with his staff of British officers to train the Turkish Navy. Operations in the Red Sea. The blockade in the Red Sea was extended to about double its former extent, and was declared to embrace the east coast of Arabia on the Red Sea for a distance of 83 nautical miles, from latitude 1430 n. to 1550 n, and included the ports of Hodeidah, 2,000 inhabitants, Lohia, of 45,000 inhabitants, and Comorin Island. Neutral ships were allowed 5 days after the declaration of the blockade during which to leave those ports. Neutral ships engaged in transporting pilgrims to Mecca were allowed to visit the sanitary station on Comorin Island upon condition that those vessels should pass the southern coasts of that island under the escort of an Italian blockading vessel. The Italians made much of the fact that pilgrimages to Mecca were not interrupted by the Italian blockaders. After the Calabria returned to Italy, the Italians had, after the middle of April, the following naval forces in the Red Sea: the 4 protected cruisers, Piemonte, flagship, Pugliese, Liguria, and Elba; the 4 gunboats, Arethusa, Carpura, Volturno and Oavanolo; the surveying ship Staffa; and the 4 destroyers, Artigliere, Bersaglica, Grenadier and Aribaldino. Italian military operations in Africa. During April the Italian military operations were comparatively quiet. The Tujkif Arabian forces attacked all the coast places occupied by the Italians but were invariably repulsed without J greater than INF-TRQFL vertical bar NFF. The Italian lines. A fanatical attack at Mersa Tobruk was a desperate affair, but badly conducted and disastrously repulsed. Enver Bey claimed a victory at Derna, but this was disputed by the Italians, whose lines were not penetrated. The Italians did not make any advances into the interior, and such an advance did not appear probable soon. The Italian-Turkish War. 71. The expedition against Zara that has been related under the naval operations was the most important of all the Italian operations in Africa in April. Aeroplanes and airships made frequent reconnoitering flights, and at times threw bombs upon the enemy with contradictory reported results. The railroad from Tripoli to Ain Zara was put in operation March 19, and the field railroad to Gargaresh was being built. The Turkish Arabian forces in the interior were constantly reinforced, and it is estimated that they had from 15,000 to 20,000 troops before Tripoli. In Cyrenaica the Turks had about 40,000 troops, but they were outnumbered by the Italians. In Cyrenaica the Arabs were temporarily weakened by the departure of numbers to cultivate their fields in the interior. The Arabs were still enthusiastic for continuing the war, and the reports of their being weary of the war are not well founded. 23,000 Italian reservists, of the year 1888, were relieved from active war service in Africa, but there was some delay in getting these reserves home again, and there was consequently some dissatisfaction in regard to these reserves in Italy. New troops were being assembled during April at Naples to replace these reserves in Africa. In the Red Sea the Arabian insurgent Said Idris still cooperated with the Italians in the operations against the Turks in that region. Late reports from Turkish sources claimed that Said Idris had been badly defeated by the Turks, but this lacked confirmation. Naval operations. On April 17 the Italian Navy established a rendezvous on the island of Astropalia, which has about 2,500 inhabitants, as a base for all the auxiliary vessels of the Italian Navy operating in the Aegean Sea. The auxiliaries comprised transports, colliers, distilling ships, tank ships, and ammunition ships. The Italians took possession on April 28. A naval force from the Pisa and Amalfi of 250 men landing, and capturing the Turkish garrison of 7 men. The large open bay on the southern coast of the island was made a temporary naval base, and all the vessels seized by the Italian torpedo boats in the Aegean Sea from Crete to Inis were brought here for action by prize courts. 72. The Italian-Turkish War. The exact results of the Italian naval bombardment on April 19, at the Dardanelles, are disputed. It is, however, established that the damage inflicted by the heavy naval guns at 7,000 meters on the forts was severe, as the Turkish batteries were frequently hit and the Italians fired more projectiles than the Turks. The Italians may have sustained some slight injury to the rigging of their ships, but no serious damage. But the immediate effect of the Italian naval demonstration was of much greater importance and interest to the commerce of Russia from the Black Sea ports. The necessity of England's neutrality was emphasized in Parliament because of the vast number of British subjects among the Mohammedans and their interests, and, on the other hand, England's long traditional friendship with Italy. The British trade was seriously damaged by closing the Dardanelles, but Viscount Morley pointed out that Turkey was justified by the treaties of Paris in 1856, of London in 1871, and Berlin of 1878, to close the Dardanelles as long as the Italian naval forces threatened the security of Constantinople. April 20. The Russian government protested to the Sublime Porte against closing the Dardanelles by the Turks in violation of the Berlin Treaty, and to the great injury of Russian commerce. This act seriously crippled the export trade of the Black Sea that amounts to about $315 million annually, and which sum represents about 43% of the entire export trade of Russia. Shipments of grain, ore, coal and petroleum were stopped. The grain trade was severely affected. The loss caused at Odessa alone is estimated at 300,000 rubles, with a total loss of 1.5 million rubles. This grain was consigned to Italy, southern France, Switzerland, Belgium, England, and western Germany. The delayed exportation of coal was very serious. This trade had only recently been developed on the Don, and was urgently needed because of the coal strikes in England. At the end of April 20, freight steamers were obliged to wait in the Black Sea ports with 4 passenger steamers of the Russian Steamship Company, 1 steamer of the Russian Volunteer Fleet, and 15 sailing ships. 6 passenger steamers and 1 freight steamer were prevented from entering at the state. During the middle of May there were about 150 steamers laden with grain. The Italian-Turkish War. 73. Coal, ore, naphtha, lumber, etc., laid up in the Russian Black Sea ports waiting for passage through the Dardanelles. The expense incurred by each of these vessels amounted to between 200 and 400 rubles daily. The Turkish government replied to the Russian protest that the Dardanelles could not be opened as long as the Italian naval vessels were in the vicinity, but at the beginning of May they yielded to the pressure of the powers, and after long delays finally reopened the Dardanelles on May 19. 60 mines had to be removed from the minefields in the Straits of Dardanelles before it would be safe for vessels to attempt to pass. These mines were removed with great difficulty and required 10 working days to clear a channel. One of the mine-laying vessels, the tug Samunda, was blown up while working with the mines in the Dardanelles. 8 civilian employees and 15 military persons were drowned by this accident. The passenger steamer Texas of the American Archipelago Line struck a mine in going out of the harbor of Smyrna, and the explosion of the mine caused the ship to sink so rapidly that only 1/2 of the people on board were rescued by boats from vessels that immediately went to her assistance. The Italians then decided to continue pressure upon Turkey by seizing the other islands in the Aegean Sea, especially the island of Rhodes. This island is about 10 miles from the coast of Asia Minor. It had 26,000 inhabitants, including 17,000 Greeks. The Turkish garrison consisted of about 1,000 infantry and artillery. This garrison was strengthened by a land force of 10,000 native Mohammedans. Stores of provisions and ammunition magazines were in the interior of the island. Major Abdullah had command of the Turks. Capture up the island of Rhodes. The Italian Expeditionary Army for the conquest of Rhodes consisted of about 9,000 troops, 3 regiments of infantry, of which 2 were sent from Benghazi and 1 from Tobruk, 1 battalion of chasseurs that had been stationed at Tripoli with several small detachments of light field artillery, cavalry, sanitary detachments and train, the latter including a balloon park. 74 The Italian-Turkish War and aviation apparatus. Lieutenant General Emiglio, recently promoted for his distinguished services at Benghazi, was in command of the Expeditionary Army. The 1st and 3rd Divisions of the fleet were designated to cooperate with the Army Expeditionary Corps in taking possession of Rhodes. The 1st Division under the command of Vice Admiral Weil left Taranto, April 30, for Rhodes via the provisional base at Astropalia. A number of transports were assembled at Tobruk with the 3rd Division of the fleet and flotillas of torpedo boats to convoy the Expeditionary Army. The waters in the vicinity of the island of Rhodes were in the meanwhile patrolled by torpedo boats, and a considerable number of Turkish sailing vessels were seized as prizes. On May 1 they cut the cable from Rhodes, Scarpinto, and Candia, so that Rhodes was thereafter without cable communication with the mainland. Turkish reports were transmitted by means of signals, but this method of communication was frequently interrupted, especially at night, by the Italian searchlights. The Italian army convoyed by the 3rd Division, under the command of Vice Admiral Amero, left Tobruk at noon May 2, and arrived off the city of Rhodes during the night of May 4, while the vessels of the 1st and 3rd Divisions made a demonstration against the city. The transports, accompanied by torpedo boats, went to Kalatia Bay, 10 miles south of the city, on the east coast of the island. The troops were landed May 4 between 4 a.m. and 2 p.m., without opposition, and at 2 p.m. began to advance upon the city overland from the southward. A light detachment of Turkish troops that had left the city at noon to oppose the invaders were met on Smith Plateau and quickly dispersed, while at the same time they were exposed to a bombardment by 11 Italian ships. The Italian troops halted about 2 kilometers from the city at 7 p.m., and passed the night in that position. The Italian warships displayed their searchlights on the city during the entire night. The losses during the skirmishes with the advancing army were very slight. The Italians officially reported 7 wounded. During the night the Turkish troops withdrew in small detachments to the west coast of the island via Trianda. As soon as the troops had landed at Kalatia Bay, Vice Admiral Weil sent an officer to the Wali of Rhodes and demanded the Italian-Turkish War. 75. A surrender of the island. The Wali declared he could not resist the admiral and had no authority over the Turkish garrison, and he therefore declined under protest. The admiral again demanded the surrender of the city the next morning with an ultimatum that if not granted within 1 hour he would proceed to bombard the city. The representative of the Turkish government thereupon yielded, and the Italian army and navy took possession at 10 a.m. May 5. The Wali of Rhodes, who was also governor of the entire archipelago from Tenedos to Scarpinto, was captured on May 7 in the harbor of Lindos by the Italian destroyer Prostro as he, with other Turkish officials, was about to leave the island. He and his companions, together with 117 other Turkish prisoners, were sent to Taranto May 11. The Turkish garrison was prevented from escaping from the island by the watchfulness of the Italian torpedo boats, and they rendezvoused in the vicinity of Sithos, a region hemmed in by a mountain range that crosses the island, and at about 18 kilometers southwest of the city. May 15, General Emiglio took the offensive against the Turks at Sithos. He led troops from 2 regiments from the northeast and east towards Sithos. Italian troops were landed from the naval vessels at Kalavada, 30 kilometers southwest of Rhodes, and at Malona Bay, 33 kilometers south of Rhodes. The Turks were thus attacked from 3 different sides while the battleship Street bombarded the only other available road of escape by firing over the hills. A desperate battle that lasted 9 hours was fought, by which the Turks were dispersed, leaving 83 dead and 26 wounded among the ravines of the hills. The Italians took possession of Sithos and passed the night there. The next morning the Turkish commander surrendered. The Turkish garrison of 983 men, including 33 officers, were prisoners of war. In view of their distinguished bravery, the Turkish officers were permitted to retain their swords. The bulk of the Italian forces then returned to the city of Rhodes. The Italians officially reported a total loss during the fight of May 16, as only 4 dead and 26 wounded. The island of Rhodes was declared to be blockaded with the exception of the port of the city of Rhodes, commerce with which could be maintained under the surveillance of Italian authorities. 76. The Italian-Turkish War. The former Italian consul at Cyrenaica, Bivalda, was appointed governor of Rhodes. Seizure of 12 Turkish islands in the Aegean Sea. In the period from May 8 to May 20, the vessels of the 1st Division took possession of the small islands of the Aegean archipelago between Crete, Rhodes and Samos. They hoisted the Italian flag over these islands and made prisoners of all Turkish officials and the small Turkish garrisons they found on these islands. Among others, these islands are Coultria, Carpentos, Cassos, Episcopi, Niziros, Klimos, Liros, Patmos, Kos, and Smyrni. These islands were captured without bloodshed. All officials and the military personnel were conveyed as prisoners to Italy. May 18, the Regina Margherita bombarded the small Asia Minor port Marmaris, opposite Rhodes, where Turks had assembled and established a depot. The continued presence of the Italian warships in the Aegean Sea, and threats published in Italian papers that Italy would take possession of other larger islands, induced the Turkish government to reinforce those islands and complete their defenses. All persons who could not participate in the defense of these islands were removed to the mainland, and additional troops were sent to reinforce the garrisons. Mytilene, which had a garrison of 3,000, received a reinforcement of 2,000 troops, who were conveyed thither in small detachments by small boats from Mayvali. The garrison of Chios was in like manner reinforced by several thousand troops. The ports in Syria, Beirut, Messina, Acre, Jaffa and Haida, were reinforced and fortified. Banishment of Italians from all Turkish dominions. May 20, the Turkish government decreed the banishment of all Italians from Turkish dominions, about 50,000 persons, 12,000 of whom were in Constantinople. The decree accepted clericals, widows, cripples and laborers, about 2,000 men, and required all others to leave within 14 days. The decree of banishment was handed to the German ambassador, representing the Italian government in Constantinople. The Italian-Turkish War. 77. On May 22, this decree was based upon the manner in which the Italians conducted the war, and especially protested against the Italians for taking Turkish civilian officials as prisoners of war to Italy. It also based its necessity upon the fear of an outbreak by the populace, which was much embittered against the Italians for the war, and the government was not able to protect Italians residing in Turkey. A number of Italian ship captains were arrested, as they might serve as pilots for the Italian Navy. VVN Lily NNFL HHPVN Mercure protests against the Italian seizure of these 12 islands in the Grecian archipelago, and claimed that this act materially changed the map of Europe and strengthened the Triple Alliance in the balance of power among the European states. Russia, France and England were weakened by these acquisitions by Italy, and control of the great commercial route through the Mediterranean was passing to Italy and the Triple Alliance. The press demanded that efforts should be made to stop the war and further encroachments by Italy. The Italians proceeded to make their possession of these islands secure and permanent. A fortnightly mail service was established from Brindisi via Patras, Pires and Astropalia to Rhodes. The Italian Chamber at the same time established mail steamer service between Italy and North African ports as follows: Syracuse to Tripoli, 3 times every week; Syracuse to Benghazi, twice a week; Palermo, Trapani, Tripoli, once a week; Genoa, Sicilian ports and North African ports, once a week; and Venice and North African ports, once a week. Telegraphic communication was re-established by radio stations and cables as previously mentioned. There was no activity of any importance by the Navy on the north coast of Tripoli and Cyrenaica during May. The school ship division and a few ships of the Navy cruised on the coast, but on May 25 the school ship division left Zara, or rather the new base Sidi Ali, to recruit in Italian home ports. April 28, the Italian transport Domenico with 1,275 reservists en route home was stranded on Cape Spartivento, but torpedo boats and other vessels rescued the transport. 78. The Italian-Turkish War. Italian military campaign in Tripoli and Cyrenaica. 3 inches. During the period from April 15 to May 15, 1912. There were engagements at all the places occupied by the Italians on the coast of Africa, but the Italians held their positions throughout without making any advances in the conquest of the country. The summer opened with intense heat and violent sandstorms. An advance into the interior was not contemplated for this season. The expeditionary corps that landed at Sidi Ali secured their position on the line to Fort Fawwa, also known as Bukhamesh. The occupation of Sidi Said temporarily stopped the contraband trade, and the torpedo boat harbor was completed. A radio telegraph station was erected and regular communication was established with Tripoli by means of dirigible balloons. The constantly increasing Turkish-Arabian forces, which were well supplied with artillery, opposed the Italians all along the coast. Major Fethi Bey, formerly Turkish military attaché at Paris, was in supreme command of the Turkish-Arabian forces. There were many desperate attacks by the Turks, which were invariably repulsed, but often with great difficulty. During the latter part of April the Italians made several advances to the southwestward, but were compelled to return, and even lost territory they had previously held. Zara was still held by the Turks, but the caravan trade was considerably reduced via the Tunisian frontier. At Tripoli sandstorms caused considerable damage. One aeroplane was destroyed and all the others were damaged, and the Italians barely held their positions. The defenses at Tajura, east of Tripoli, were strengthened. May 2 the Italians at Horn surprised the Turks and captured the heights southeast of Leptis. The Italians lost 4 officers and 61 men killed and wounded in this affair, but they repulsed the Turks and have managed to retain this advantageous position, which was strongly fortified. The spirit of the Turkish-Arabian troops was enthusiastic for the war. There were between 300 and 400 trained Turkish officers in the field. They had ample supplies of ammunition and they were not hampered for commissariat. The prospects of the crops were good this year. The Italian-Turkish War. 79. Naval operations, June 1912. During the month of June the 1st Squadron of the Italian fleet was in the vicinity of Rhodes and the new base at Astropalia. The 3rd Division had returned to Italy during the last of May. The 4th Division, which had been undergoing repairs since the end of April, had not completed that work. By the middle of June the guns of the Garibaldi, V's, Fruxio and the Carlo Alberto were replaced by new guns, as they had fired more than the limited number of projectiles from the older guns. The Italian naval guns are like those of the British Navy, made on the wire wound system, and they have an endurance of only 60 rounds with service charges, and after having been fired 60 times they must be replaced or be relined in the gun factory. The American and German guns are built-up guns and have a much greater endurance, their limit being at about 200 rounds. The Italian torpedo boats disquieted the east coast of the Aegean Sea. They repeatedly entered the Gulf of Smyrna and the Gulf of Xeros, northwest of the entrance to the Dardanelles, without opposition. Their appearance caused a panic among the inhabitants of the coast and a concentration of the Turkish coast defense forces. Considerable excitement was caused by the operations of the Italian torpedo boats in the Bay of Scala Nova, south of the Gulf of Smyrna, where, in pursuing Turkish merchant vessels, the Italians bombarded several coast towns. An attack on Smyrna, and the occupation of the island of Chios were threatened, and the Italian press clamored for some decisive blow to make Turkey yield. This demand was inexpedient, as several of the European powers intimated their serious objection to any further acquisition of islands in the Aegean Sea by the Italians, and were determined by all means to prevent the closing of the Straits or Dardanelles again. The Turkish government notified the powers that they would completely close the Dardanelles if the Italians took possession of any of the larger islands north of Samos. During the first part of June the Italians transported a considerable number of troops from Tripoli to ports of Cyrenaica, where they would be more available for operations in the Aegean Sea. 80. The Italian-Turkish War. For the defense of Smyrna and the adjacent region an infantry division was sent from Constantinople and the reserves were called out, so that in the 5 districts of Konya, Yuzkak, Aydin, Smyrna and Denizli there were 80,000 Turkish troops. All Italian subjects were compelled to leave the island of Chios, where martial law was declared because of the attitude of the Greeks and the comparatively small garrison of about 1,000 Turks. 30,000 Turkish troops were concentrated for the land defences of the Dardanelles at Gallipoli, under the command of Reza Pasha. The Turkish naval forces remained inactive at anchor in the Dardanelles. About June 1 the crews of these ships demanded to be led against the foe, but the ministry declined to permit the navy to engage the Italian navy. The occupation of the 12 Turkish islands by the Italians was agreeable to the Greek inhabitants. The Italians established a republican form of government in these islands. The administration of the government was chiefly given to the Greek residents, and each of the small islands had a garrison of only 15 Italians with one officer, who carefully refrained from interfering with the administration, but were available in case the civilian authorities required their services. The Italians organized a police militia similar to that of the Italian Carabineers. There were 400 Italians on the island of Kos. Rhodes was an exception to this system and was governed by Italian officials exclusively. The central point of administration of the group of small islands was at Astropalia, otherwise named Stampalia, which was also the Italian naval base. The mail was carried to the different islands by Italian Navy petty officers and Italian postage stamps were used. The system of taxation was that which had previously prevailed, and all tax receipts were turned into the Italian treasury. There was no change in custom duties, except that all imports from Italy were admitted free of duty. The Italian warships seldom visited the captured islands, except Rhodes and Astropalia. The 42nd Regiment of Infantry sailed from Genoa the last of May to reinforce the Italian garrisons on the captured islands. The Italian-Turkish War. 81. The Italians raised the blockade of Rhodes, but no vessels were allowed to arrive or depart between sunset and sunrise. Martial law prevailed. Sir Edward Grey, in June, 1912, stated in the British Parliament that Rhodes had not been annexed by Italy and was merely occupied temporarily. During June the cable between Rhodes and Candia was replaced by the steamer Città di Milano. In the Red Sea, the Italian warships bombarded the Arabian port Hafsa on May 26 and Mocha on June 3. The destroyers Artigliere and Garibaldino returned to Italy during June. In Tripolitan waters the Etruria repeatedly bombarded an Arabian camp near Benghazi, and the Marco Polo shelled a camp near Derna. The Marco Polo also conducted an expedition for the capture of the port of Misrata. She sounded the channel off Busahifa and planted buoys for the transports. This was the last of the North African ports except Zara that still remained in possession of the Turks. 9 transports arrived off Busahifa on June 14, convoyed by the school ship division of 3 vessels of Sardegna class and 6 torpedo destroyers. The warships landed the naval brigade at Ras Zirk and shelled the Arabians, who disputed the landing. The auxiliary cruisers Duca di Genova, Città di Messina and Città di Siracusa, with 3 transports, made a demonstration near Slyton to divert the Turkish Arabians from Busahifa. General Cameron landed at Cape Zuruk on June 16, about 7 miles east of Misrata, where he was attacked by 5,000 Turkish Arabians, who were repulsed on July 2. On July 9 the Italians, supported by shell fire from the ships, attacked the Arabians vigorously and succeeded in capturing the town of Misrata of 9,000 inhabitants. By July 20, after a series of hard-fought engagements, they cleared the fertile oasis around this town of all hostile natives. In the campaign to capture Misrata the Italians lost 9 killed and 121 wounded. The banishment of Italians from Turkish dominions. The Turkish decree of banishment of all Italians from all Turkish dominions caused a bitter protest from the Italian press. The German diplomatic agents were accused of neglecting Italian interests in Turkey, of which they had taken charge. 82 The Italian-Turkish War. Upon the outbreak of the war, the protest was carried into the Italian parliament, but the Prime Minister, Giolitti, promptly stopped all consideration of the subject, because of the agreement with the ministry that during the war the exigencies of the war would not be discussed by the parliament, as it might aid and abet the enemy. The charge against the German diplomatic agents was vehemently refuted. The Italians were banished without any noticeable incidents, but the period fixed for their expulsion was prolonged by the Turks from June 3 to June 18. This banishment was necessary because the bombardment of defenseless coast towns aroused such a bitter animosity among the people that the government could not protect the Italians from the mob. The Italians recalled all their officials that still remained within the Turkish dominions, and the home authorities were instructed to provide for the reception of all banished Italians at the expense of the government, and as soon as possible to give them employment by the government. The king subscribed the sum of 100,000 liras for the relief of the banished Italians. Expenses of the war. The expense of the war did not require any war loans for the Italians, who could have maintained the war without extra war loans much longer, because previous to the war there had been an accumulation of surplus funds annually for some years by economy in the annual budgets. During the middle of June the Turkish government decreed extra war taxes that increased the ground tax, income tax and industrial tax 25%. The tax for exemption from military service was raised from $233 to $380. While exemption from the reserves was raised from $150 to $187. The taxes on salt and spirits were likewise increased. A tax of 3% was levied on the salaries of all Turkish officials. The extra war taxes levied amounted to over $10 million. The Turkish finances were in a critical condition, and in the event of necessity for a mobilization of the entire army the Turkish treasury would be bankrupt, especially as France had refused to loan any more money to the Ottoman government until after peace shall have been concluded. The Italian-Turkish War, 83. In a publication by the Naval Transportation Bureau at Naples, the expense for transportation of men and material from the beginning of the war to January 1, 1912, amounted to 13,500,000 liras equals $2,605,500. And the value of the material transported in that period was about 80 million liras equals $16,000,000.00. The following is a list of the transportations. In October, 13 convoys with 50 steamers. In November, 21 convoys with 59 steamers. In December, 21 convoys with 43 steamers. Total in 3 months. 55 convoys with 152 steamers. In that period they transported a total of 101,389 men, 15,000 horses and mules, 12,000 head of cattle, 60,000 hundredweight of meal, 40,000 hundredweight of hay and 30,900 hundredweight of biscuit, etc. Operations on land in North Africa. During the period from May 15 to June 20 there were constant engagements at the seat of war in North Africa. May 19 a strong Italian force of 5 battalions with mountain artillery and machine guns marched towards El Atel, on the Tunisian caravan road southwest of Sidi Ali. They were repulsed by the Arabians and vigorously attacked by the Arabian cavalry upon their retreat. Positions remain unchanged. The Italians started another expedition on the same route on May 31, and, after gaining some success, they were finally compelled to return to Sidi Ali. June 8 the Italians at Tripoli made an attack in force to capture the oasis of Zanzur. This expedition left Tripoli at daylight and was composed of 14 battalions of infantry, 1 brigade of cavalry and a mountain battery, a total of 12,000 men under the command of General Camarana. The Turks occupied the heights of Abd el-Gilil and the eastern border of the oasis. The Italians were supported at long range by the guns of the Italian warships off the coast. The oasis is 15 kilometers equals 9.3 miles west of Tripoli, and, after a hard-fought engagement, the Italians entrenched and secured a position on the heights after repelling a flank attack by a fresh brigade that arrived from Boumayana. The main body then returned to Tripoli, leaving the Arabians still in possession of the oasis. 84 The Italian-Turkish War. Near Leptis the Arabians attacked the Italians on Murghab Heights on May 30, June 8 and June 12. but they were repulsed with heavy losses on both sides. On June 12 the Italians made a counterattack and completely routed the Arabians. There were numerous skirmishes at all other places, and during this period the Italians simply managed to hold their positions without making any advances into the interior. The cable from Benghazi to Syracuse was opened for business on June 10. During June and July, 1912, the bulk of the Italian fleet remained in the home ports. The armored cruiser San Giorgio joined the fleet in June after having been floated and undergoing repairs for nearly 9 months. The remarkable skill with which the Italians floated this ship was a most creditable performance, a feat that would not have been possible 20 years ago. Her commanding officer was dismissed from the Italian Navy for having run his ship aground on the rocks. The Italian press reported that, in accordance with the unanimous wish of all the great powers, Italy would in the future refrain from further operations in the Aegean Sea and devote her active hostilities more to Africa. The Italians did not seize any more of the Turkish islands in the Aegean Sea, but continued to cruise and menace the coasts of Asia Minor. On the Tripolitan coast the Carlo Alberto, Iraid and Ardia participated in engagements at Sidi Ali, near Zara, while the Etruria cooperated with the land forces at Benghazi. The Italians substituted the army personnel in Africa by relieving 60,000 reservists with an equal number of active servicemen belonging to conscription of 4 years later. Out of 92 chartered merchant steamers, 2 were used as hospital ships and 7 were armed as auxiliary cruisers for the navy. The remainder were all used for the transportation of troops and war material. A royal decree in June allotted the monthly sum of $1,400,000 for war expenses for the navy and $4 million for the Italian armies. Considerable discontent prevailed in the Turkish army against the Young Turk administration. This took such proportions. The Italian-Turkish War. 85. That orders were issued forbidding Turkish army officers from taking any part in political discussions. The troops in Albania mutinied and were quelled with difficulty. The Turks were annoyed by the hostile attitude of the inhabitants of the islands that Italy had taken and occupied in the Aegean Sea. The people of Patmos Island instructed their delegates to seek annexation to Greece or independence. The Italians were anxious to annex at least some of the islands that they occupied in the Aegean Sea, more especially Astropalia and Rhodes. They urged that in making peace these 2 islands should be ceded to Italy in compensation for the banishment of Italians from Turkish dominions. The seizure of these islands, in their opinion, did not violate the Berlin Treaty, since that treaty had been practically annulled by Austria's annexation of Bosnia. And besides, these islands were seized as a result of operations of war and had been acquired in accordance with international law. England was anxious to keep Russia and Germany out of the Mediterranean Sea. Italy is recognized as a Mediterranean Sea power and enjoys the most friendly relations with England. The British Prime Minister stated that Italy's friendship was prized most highly and he did not object to Italian measures to improve her strategical position in the Mediterranean. The seizure and permanent occupation of these islands was, however, thought to increase the preponderance of the Triple Alliance, and the annexation of these islands was opposed by France. The campaign in Africa during July. On the Tunisian frontier at Boukames the Italians had some serious engagements with the Arabs. At one time their position on the peninsula was very precarious, and was only relieved by timely cooperation of the navy. These engagements around Sidi Ali lasted for nearly 2 weeks without cessation, but the Italians finally stormed the Turkish Arabian position and gained a great victory with security of their position on this frontier. In these battles the Italians lost 18 killed and 114 wounded. The Turks lost 158 killed and 200 wounded. There were minor engagements in Cyrenaica without any effect. The Turks cap. 86. The Italian-Turkish War. To a quantity of telephone material, which they used to their advantage. During the relief of the reservists the officers were granted leaves of absence alternately to visit their homes, and no serious operations were contemplated at that period. The war caused anxiety in diplomatic circles, and the entangling nature of conflicting interests presented some knotty problems. The principles of neutrality tend to make both belligerents to antagonize all neutrals. The temptation to violate the obligations of neutrality, coupled with sympathy for one belligerent, nearly caused a conflict between France and Italy, since the Turks managed to smuggle contraband of war through French Tunisian territory. The friendship of England was manifested by a strict observance of neutrality on the Egyptian frontier, in striking contrast to the open smuggling through Tunis. Germany was anxious to maintain her influence with Turkey because of her commercial interests in Asia Minor and Syria, and especially in the Baghdad Railroad and similar enterprises. The Germans had great influence with the Turks, and Germany was the most favored nation. This position conflicted with the interests of Austria and Italy in the Triple Alliance. Russia protested against the blockade of the Dardanelles by Turkey, which caused great losses to her Black Sea commerce. The Kaiser and the Tsar had a meeting in July, which was followed by a visit to Russia by the President of the French Republic to cooperate, it is said, in reference to Russia's protest against closing the Dardanelles. The results of these two conferences are not known, but the Franco-Russian alliance is reported to have been strengthened, and that the French and Russian navies are allied for future events in the Mediterranean and Black Sea. England and Germany also became somewhat involved by conflicting interests, and agitators in both England and Germany stirred up such a bitter feeling between these two governments that war seemed imminent. England concentrated her navy in the North Sea and apparently abandoned the Mediterranean to France. Germany increased her federated armies by providing for 2 additional army corps and by doubling the active fleet in commission, instead of keeping a large part in reserve as theretofore. The Reichstag, though composed of a majority in the Italian-Turkish War 87, opposition to the government, almost unanimously approved the government's proposals to increase the German army and navy. Operations of the Italian fleet during July and August. The first squadron cruised in the vicinity of the Turkish lands in the Aegean Sea, while the second squadron remained in home ports completing repairs, replacing their guns which had been fired to the limit of their endurance, and preparing to relieve the first squadron during August. The Italian admiral took measures against any possible efforts by the Turkish fleet to recapture any of the islands occupied by the Italians. Some of the ships cruised in the northern part of the Aegean Sea. The reconnaissance of the Dardanelles. In order to ascertain the preparedness of the Turkish fleet to attack the Italians, the Italian admiral decided to reconnoiter the Dardanelles and also ascertain the condition of the defenses. July 14, the flagship Vetta Pisani, with the destroyers Nenibo and Boro and 5 high-sea torpedo boats, each of 200-ton Spica, Persio, Astor, Clymene and Centro, left Stampalia for the northern part of the Aegean Sea. At Laros, one of the small islands occupied by the Italians, the 5 torpedo boats were stripped of all equipment clear for action. They were repainted in a somewhat lighter color than before, and a third of Fisa was assigned to each one, in addition to the regular complement. Life preservers were placed on deck, to be available in case a torpedo boat should be sunk by gunfire, that the crew might float thereon with the current, that flows at a rate of about 4 miles per hour out of the Straits of Dardanelles, and they could then be picked up by the vessels of the squadron that were cruising off the entrance to the straits. July 17, the squadron steamed to the sparsely inhabited island of Strati, Bozaba, which lies out of the usual track of commerce and on an unfrequented channel. Here Captain Miller joined the flotilla of 5 torpedo boats, and, with the Spica as his flagship, took command of the flotilla to personally conduct the expedition. The flotilla left Strati in the afternoon of July 18 for the entrance to the Italian-Turkish War. Fortifi, Sejulbal, Ertugrul, Kumkale Orhani, Suandia, Kefis, Kilid.Bar, TSC.Hangak. Turkish FL. The Italian-Turkish War. 89. Straits of Dardanelles, distant about 60 miles, and where they arrived at 11:30 p.m. The Vetta Pisani and the Nembo and Bora remained off the coast out of sight of the land, prepared when necessary to make a demonstration before the outer forts. The 5 torpedo boats proceeded in column at a speed of 12 knots, which was increased to 15 knots on account of the current. Upon entering the straits they first hugged the Asiatic shore, and then, to avoid the barricade of mines, they went to the European side of the channel. Fine weather, smooth sea, and a dark night favored the Italians, so that they passed in through the entrance between Capelles and Kumkale, which is here about 2 miles wide, without having been observed. They escaped observation for some time, though the Turks had 4 searchlights, 2 on each cape. One of the 4 was, however, not in action at the time. At 12:40 a.m., the Astor was picked up by the searchlight on Cape Helles, just after the flotilla had passed in. The alarm was given, guns were fired and signal rockets were sent up all along the shores of the Dardanelles. Fort Sedilba opened fire on the flotilla. Captain Milo increased speed to 20 knots and then to 23 knots, while the boats proceeded in close order and as near the European shore as possible, so that the beams of the searchlights might not reveal them too clearly because of the difficulty of depressing the beams to illuminate the surface close to the beach at the bluffs. At Suandia, about 6.5 miles northeast of Sedilba, they were again exposed to heavy gunfire, but none of the shots took effect. The flotilla proceeded up the long stretch through the straits for 11 miles under fire from field guns and small arms all along the straits to Kilidba, while searchlights revealed their position plainly. At Kilidba the leading boat was stopped by a barricade of steel hawsers stretched across the straits that effectually closed the passage. During the 2 or 3 minutes that the Spiker was stopped at the barricade, the lights on shore and numerous searchlights revealed the batteries on both sides, and Captain Milo discerned the Turkish fleet of 7 ships at anchor about 6 miles to the northward. Among these ships they made out the Turkish ship Akisket, as it was useless to try to pass through this strongly defended, narrow passage, and the cross beams of the searchlights made 90. The Italian-Turkish War. It impossible to distinguish any further details concerning the Turkish fleet. The flotilla went about and steamed at full speed for the entrance to the straits, at first in close order and later in dispersed order. At 1:30 the flotilla rejoined the Vetapasani, having escaped without any loss. None of the crews were wounded and the torpedo boats were only very slightly damaged. The Spiker had several shots through her funnels, while the Astor and Persio received some shots in their hulls. The Turkish fleet took no part in defending the straits, and for this neglect the Turkish admiral was relieved of his command and Taha Bey was appointed commander-in-chief. Every man in the Italian flotilla was highly rewarded for this gallant expedition. Captain Milo was promoted to the rank of rear admiral, passing over 25 officers who were senior to him, and he was appointed chief inspector of torpedoes. All the lieutenants in the flotilla were promoted to the rank of captain de corvette, lieutenant commander. Distinguished service medals were presented in person by the king, who also presented each boat with a special flag. After this experience the Turks narrowed the open spaces through the barricades and minefields, without interfering with the passage of merchant vessels through the straits with pilots. Operations in the Red Sea. In the Red Sea the Italian naval forces attacked the fortified positions and forts at Hodeidah with the Piemonte, Carpara and Aretusa on July 27 and August 12. In the last bombardment the Italians destroyed a Turkish powder magazine. The Italians were remarkably successful in maintaining radio communication direct between the Marconi station at Coltano Pisa, and the station at Massa Red Sea. The radiograms traversed a portion of the Sahara Desert and were transmitted for a distance of 2,350 miles, on the Tripolitan coast. The school ship division, consisting of 3 ships of Sardinia class, 2 destroyers and 6 high-sea torpedo boats, convoyed a fleet of 7 transports, with the Tassani division of infantry, from August to August 3 to take possession of Zara. There, the Italian-Turkish War. 91. Navy conducted the landing of this force on August 5 at a point about 2 miles east of Zara. The naval landing force constituted the van-in landing and the guns of the fleet bombarded the coast. The troops were landed by the ship's boats and 12 coral fishing smacks. The recently organized Naval Academy Division, consisting of the Naval Cadet School ship Etna and the Naval Apprentice School ships Flavina Gioia and America Vespucci, under the command of Admiral Bono, had in the meantime relieved the troops of the garrison in the Italian positions west of Zara, so that they could operate against Zara from the westward simultaneously with the attack from the eastward and southward. The Carlo Alberto followed this movement and supported the march of General Lecquio along the coast. Upon arrival of the Italian forces from all three directions found the city deserted. The occupation of Zara thus completed the Italian possession of the entire coast of Tripoli and Cyrenaica. The Turkish-Arabian forces had all withdrawn from the vicinity of the coast, but they still held the Italians in check against any prolonged excursions into the interior. Internal disorders in Turkey. The crews of the Turkish fleet participated with the army in the political affairs of the country. The discontent among the troops in Albania, protesting for political rights and denouncing special privileges, spread and caused the formation of the Military League, to which the majority of the naval officers also belonged. This league protested against the Young Turk government and claimed that they had adopted unconstitutional measures, especially during the elections, that they had introduced politics in the army by which mediocre political favorites had been advanced to the detriment of more efficient officers, that unnecessary bloodshed be avoided in dealing with the discontented troops in Albania. And finally they held the Young Turk government responsible for the disastrous war because they had neglected to prepare for proper defense of Tripoli in time of peace before the war. 92. The Italian-Turkish War. This military league was most potent in causing the downfall of the Young Turk government on July 17 and the dissolution of parliament on August 5. On August 4 the League sent a delegation of officers in the destroyer Namunihami to Constantinople to demand the dissolution of parliament. The destroyer anchored in range of the Parliament House and 3 other vessels were ready to follow her the next day when their demand was conceded. The officers also telegraphed from the fleet at Nagara that a naval officer should be appointed Minister of the Navy and they threatened to bring the fleet to Constantinople if that was not done. The new Minister of Marine, a naval officer, issued an order to all officers to refrain from political agitation, and he was supported in this by the military league. As soon as Parliament was dissolved, the new government proclaimed martial law to prevent any uprising of the Young Turks. This was strictly enforced in Constantinople, Salonika, Adrianople and Smyrna. These decisive measures compelled the Young Turk party to give up all idea of resistance. The Central Committee of the Young Turks assured the new government that they would refrain from any further agitation. The League was disbanded and August 14 the army officers swore allegiance and promised to refrain from political discourse. All officers of the navy and the provinces took the same oath to refrain from politics. Cholera prevailed in Constantinople and caused considerable distress among the people. These internal disorders interrupted the negotiations for peace for which Italian and Turkish plenipotentiaries had met at Lausanne, Switzerland. The fall of the Young Turk government, which could not make any peace that involved the loss by Turkey of the 2 African provinces, without risking their control of the government, removed one of the chief obstacles to conclude peace. The financial condition and the maintenance of the mobilized Turkish army created a strong demand for peace by yielding to the demands of Italy. Operations during August and September 1912. The vessels of the 1st Squadron of the Italian Navy were refitting in the home ports when the 2nd Squadron sailed from the Italian-Turkish War. 93. Taranto on August 22 for the coast of Syria. The appearance of this fleet on August 7 and 28 off Jaffa, Haifa and Beirut caused great anxiety among the inhabitants of those ports. The fleet, however, merely searched neutral ships for contraband of war and captured several Turkish sailing ships, after which they proceeded along the coast of Asia Minor to the islands in the Aegean Sea that were occupied by the Italians, and thence to the African ports or Cyrenaica and Tripoli. The Piemonte and the 4 large destroyers left the Red Sea so that the remaining Italian naval forces were the cruisers Ligria, Elba and Puglia, the torpedo vessels Arethusa and Caprera and the special ships Starfleet and Governolo. The Greeks on the Aegean Islands that had hitherto been under Turkish dominion endeavored to free themselves from Turkish control. The 2 small islands about 6 miles west of Samos, Nicaria and Fernie, with about 15,000 inhabitants, succeeded in overpowering the Turkish garrisons and declared their independence. They sent delegates to Athens and submitted a memorial to the European powers for recognition of their independence. The struggle of the Greeks for independence on the island of Samos was supported by the Independence Party in Crete, who sent an armed expedition of 600 men from Crete to Samos. They attempted to overthrow the Turkish garrison of 900 men and proclaim independence. This attempt was temporarily frustrated by the English and French cruisers Diana, Medea and Bruix that were cruising in that vicinity. Notwithstanding this, about 300 Cretans managed to land on Samos to assist the people against the Turks. During September, the commander-in-chief of the Italian armies in Africa, Lieutenant General Caneva, was recalled and promoted to be general of the army. The two corps commanders, Lieutenant General Brichola, in Cyrenaica, and Lieutenant General Ragni, in Tripoli, were given independent command of their respective districts and in charge of both military and civil administrative duties. September 17, there was a battle at Derna, in which the attacking Turkish Arabian forces were repulsed, leaving 111 killed on the field. The Italians lost 61 killed and 113 wounded. September 20, the Italian troops in Tripoli, under the command of Lieutenant General Ragni, finally succeeded in capture. 94 The Italian-Turkish War. In the oasis of Zanzur, after a desperate battle that lasted 10 hours and in which the Italians lost 200 killed, the Turkish Arabian forces retreated to Zavia, a place not far from the coast, and about 24 miles west of Tripoli. September 13, the Etna bombarded the Arabian position at Zuagla, near the ruins of ancient Tripoli. The Popolo Romano published a statement that at the beginning of September there were 95,000 Italian troops in North Africa, and in the captured Aegean Sea islands. In Italy there were 150,000 troops in the army, besides 25,000 carabinieri and 135,000 recruits. The Italian War Minister published a statement that up to the beginning of July the Italians had captured 88 Turkish officers, 227 non-commissioned officers and 1,436 private Turkish soldiers. The Turks captured Captain Moiso, the commander of the Italian Aviation Corps, on September 10 as his motor failed while in flight over the enemy's territory between Zara and Tripoli. The negotiations for peace continued during September in Switzerland, and probabilities of peace were so promising that the Turks dispersed the army that had been assembled at Smyrna during August, and those extra forces were sent to their regular headquarters and reserves were ordered to their homes. These peace negotiations were expedited by the threatened war of the Balkan states against Turkey. The second squadron cruised during the latter part of September in the Aegean Sea off Chios, Mytilene and Haifa and in the vicinity of Smyrna with the object of bringing pressure on the Turks to yield to Italian demands and conclude peace. This demonstration prevented the Turks from reinforcing their European armies by the troops that had been ordered shortly before to return to their headquarters from Smyrna. October 3, the Kotite bombarded a Turkish camp on the shore of the Bay of Kalamaki, on the south coast of Asia Minor, because the Turks had fired upon her as she was towing a prize out of the harbor. The Kotite also shelled an infantry battalion on the beach of the Bay of Cyrenaica, which was in act of crossing over from Cape Omikali to the island of Samos. The Kotite fired about 200 projectiles against the fleeing Turkish troops. The Italian-Turkish War. 95 and inflicted severe losses. The commander of the French cruiser Bruix is reported to have protested against this act as a violation of international law. Since the peace negotiations were delayed, the Italians finally presented an ultimatum fixing the period for acceptance of the Italian demands at a date not later than October 15, and they at the same time began to prepare an expedition against European Turkey to compel the Ottoman government to yield. These preparations consisted of the organization and transportation of an expeditionary army and the departure of the 1st Squadron to reinforce the 2nd Squadron in the Aegean Sea. The 1st Squadron sailed on October 14, but it was recalled by wireless the next day, when the news was received that the preliminaries for peace had been signed. The squadron returned to Taranto. The insurrection on the island of Samos ended finally by the withdrawal of all the Turkish troops from that island to Chios. The Prince of Samos also fled in Sophocles. The leader of the insurrectionists proclaimed an independent republic. A number of Italian steamers that were employed as auxiliary cruisers were relieved from naval service. Among these the Duca di Geneva and Duca degli Abruzzi had rendered most valuable service. The Italian operations in the African campaign were likewise influenced by the probabilities of peace. At Derna only they had some serious battles. Here 18 battalions of Italian infantry made vigorous efforts to extend the area of the territory around that port. These battles, fought on September 14, October 7 and October LLTH, resulted in an extension of territory in possession of the Italians to include a rectangular area around Derna of about 8 square miles, 4 miles along the coast and 2 miles back into the interior, where a line of entrenchments and fortified positions were built on hills and along the streams flowing to the sea. The Italians occupied Bomba after making feints at neighboring points on both flanks of that port. In Tripoli everything was quiet after the occupation of Zanzibar, and on September 8 the narrow-gauge Italian railroad from Gagaresh to Zanzibar, about 14 miles long, was opened for traffic, with a view to further extension to Grian as progress should be made in occupying the hinterland. 96 The Italian-Turkish War. The war had prevailed a year from September 29. And during that period, by means of 150,000 troops in Africa and at a cost of $100 million, the Italians had succeeded in capturing and occupying the principal ports, viz. Tripoli, Horns, Misrata, Zara, Benghazi, Derna, Bomba and Tobruk. At Tripoli only they had acquired a considerable area, that extended for about 24 miles along the coast and about 8 miles into the interior. The territory occupied at the other ports was very small and averaged only about 10 square miles at each port. At the end of September the Italians had about 110,000 troops in Africa, about 45,000 at Tripoli and vicinity, 15,000 at Zara and Sidi Ali, 6,000 at Horns, 10,000 at Misrata, 10,000 at Benghazi, 18,000 at Derna and 6,000 at Tobruk. They were opposed by about 40,000 Turks and Arabians, half of whom were around Tripoli. A large number of the Arabians were absent on furlough to till the soil. The Turkish Arabians had their own field guns and constantly received supplies from across both the Tunisian and Egyptian frontiers. In the year's war the Italians sustained a loss of about 4,000 killed and 6,000 wounded, which is regarded as comparatively small. From a military point of view the result is regarded as meager, primarily due to a misconception of the relations between the Turks and the Arabian inhabitants of the African provinces. In the beginning the Italians were greeted by many, such as the chief of the Senussi tribe, as liberators from the Turkish yoke, and the Italians thought a small force would suffice to conquer the country with the aid of those who were dissatisfied with the Ottoman government. The Arabians hesitated at first to oppose the Italians, but their failure to win decisive victories promptly gave the Turks time to organize their forces, appeal to their religion and oppose the invasion of the unbelievers. The Italian navy proved equal to every demand upon it, and they displayed a most distinguished efficiency. In every operation of the war where it was possible for the Italian navy to operate they were uniformly successful. In the convoy of the troops and the landing at different ports the naval landing parties invariably led and successfully captured places that they attacked. Through these advanced naval landing parties were promptly relieved as soon as the navy. The Italian-Turkish War 97 could convey the military forces ashore by their boats and the lighters, pontoons and fishing smacks they took with every expedition. The navy efficiently blockaded the ports and maintained command of sea, so that the military operations were not interrupted by any oversea attacks. The Italian navy cooperated in the defense of ports whenever they were attacked, and the gunfire from the ships only enabled the Italians to repulse the desperate fanatical attacks of the Arabians. The Turkish navy was decidedly inefficient and did not suit the Italian command of the sea. The only naval action in which the Turks made any decided resistance was at Beirut, where for 20 minutes the Turkish monitor, the coast defense ship Warnila, replied to the attack by the two armored cruisers Ferruccio and Garibaldi. In those 20 minutes the Italians fired so efficiently that the Turkish commander was obliged to haul down his flag and abandon the ship. The Turks failed to score a single hit and did no damage whatever to the Italians. The Garibaldi fired 2 torpedoes, both of which were accurate shots. The first torpedo, however, fouled the moorings of 6 lighters that were at the mole, and it exploded and destroyed those lighters and left a clear path for the second torpedo that struck the Ornella armored ship and exploded and sank the ship. In the operations in the Red Sea, the Italian Navy completely blocked any attack on the Italian colony at Erythra and contributed greatly to the conquest of the African provinces by depriving the Turks of the reinforcements they expected from Arabia. The most brilliant exploit in the war was the reconnaissance of the Dardanelles by Captain Milo and his flotilla of 5 torpedo boats. The Italian Navy covered itself with glory in this war. The Navy did not suffer any losses whatever, except among the personnel of the naval landing brigades at different ports where they were the first to land. The Turkish Navy was not permitted to venture out of the Dardanelles when any Italian naval vessels were in the Aegean Sea, but subsequent events in the Balkan War proved that the Italian-Turkish War preparedness of the Turkish Navy was underestimated even by the Turks. They had no confidence in the fleet. Italy is the first nation to use aeroplanes in war, and they were operated by Italian naval aviators with considerable success, but they did not prove to be as formidable as weapons as was expected. At first they tried throwing the Cypelli bombs from these aeroplanes, and the London Illustrated News had a very striking illustration of a retreat by Turkish Arabian troops being pursued by a flock of Italian aeroplanes that filled the background of an artistic picture with exploding bombs. But this was not actually seen, but only dreamed by the special artist on the field. The Italians did not, as far as could be authoritatively ascertained, develop a reliable hand grenade to be thrown from an aeroplane. The Germans have invented a peculiar sighting apparatus with a gun, by which the bombs from airships can be fired with some greater degree of accuracy, but these bombs were not used by the Italians. The dirigible airships were much more valuable. The Italians had 2 in use at Tripoli that made many flights for considerable distances from Tripoli to Zara and return, and also from Tripoli to Gurion and return, making voyages for several hundred miles. In these dirigibles photographs were taken, and these reconnaissances secured accurate, reliable information. This experience demonstrated the indispensable necessity of aeroplanes and dirigible airships in war. In wireless telegraphy the Italians were also very successful, and in all their operations they used this method of communication much more than ever before. The Italians also used automobiles, auto trucks and many varieties of motor wagons in all their expeditions, while motorcycles were found to be very valuable. During the war the Italians had in constant service 39 battleships, cruisers and gunboats, 30 auxiliary vessels of all kinds, 23 torpedo boat destroyers, 35 high-sea torpedo boats, 16 coast torpedo boats, 2 hospital ships, 1 ammunition transport and 1 Vulcan repair ship, besides the 88 transports which were used for transportation of troops, and which had each a small detachment of officers and the men of the navy. The Italian-Turkish War. 99. The Italian Navy did not have the necessary number of naval personnel to man all these ships, and large numbers of men belonging to the army conscription were employed in the navy, especially those well adapted for sea service. Throughout the entire war the army and navy cooperated with thorough harmony, and this cooperation was most creditable and contributed to the success of the war. The Treaty of Peace signed at Lausanne, Switzerland. 3 envoy plenipotentiaries from Italy and 2 from Turkey negotiated the Treaty of Peace of Lausanne, which was signed preliminarily by the negotiators on October 15. In accordance with this treaty, the Sultan of Turkey issued a firman on October 17 granting autonomy to Tripoli and Cyrenaica, with full amnesty to all the people of the Turkish islands in the Aegean Sea who had revolted or opposed the Ottoman government. The Sultan's firman stated that a new government would administer affairs in Tripoli and Cyrenaica, which would respect the religion and customs of the people as before, and the Sultan's viceroy Naibus Sultan, Shmseddin Bey would have charge of all Ottoman interests in Tripoli and Cyrenaica. The current laws of the Shariat will continue in force, and the Neses Sari Qadi, principal judge, will be designated by the Sultan. The King of Italy signed a decree October 17 granting full and entire amnesty to all inhabitants of Tripoli and Cyrenaica who had taken part in hostilities, and stating that all the inhabitants shall be permitted to enjoy complete liberty in the Mohammedan religion as in the past. The name of the Sultan shall continue to be pronounced in public prayers, and his personal representatives shall be recognized. The emoluments of the Sultan's viceroy shall be paid from local funds. The rights of the pious foundation, wakafs, shall be respected, and no impediments shall be placed between the Mussulman and their religious leaders, the Qadi and their neighbors, who shall have incomes from local revenues. Another decree will establish a commission, a part of which shall be notables of Tripoli, to propose civil and administrative orders inspired by liberal ideals and in keeping with local uses and customs. 100. The Italian-Turkish War. The peace plenipotentiaries also agreed to have two commissions, one for Tripoli and one for Cyrenaica, who shall confer with the Arab chieftains to persuade them to submit to Italian sovereignty, as in their interest, and to see that all just demands of the inhabitants shall be granted. These two commissions were already organized during the middle of October in Cyrenaica. The Arabian chief, said Idris, was also pardoned. After the publication of these edicts, the Treaty of Peace of Lausanne was ratified and confirmed on October 18. The 11 articles of this treaty provide essentially as follows: immediate cessation of hostilities, recall of all Turkish troops and civil functionaries from Tripoli and Cyrenaica, the evacuation of all Turkish islands occupied in the Aegean Sea by the Italians, the exchange and release of all prisoners of war, complete amnesty to all the inhabitants of Tripoli, Cyrenaica and of the Aegean Islands. Italy also agreed to consent to a commercial treaty, in which higher duties will be imposed by Turkey and certain monopolies will be granted. Italy also agreed to support measures to leave Turkey her economic independence, with the right to act in commercial matters in the same way as all other European powers without being restricted by capitulations and other acts now in force. Italy agreed to suppress all Italian post offices operating in Turkish dominions, when other states that have their post offices in Turkey shall suppress theirs. Italy agreed to support Turkey's efforts to substitute the regime of international law in Turkey, instead of the hitherto prevailing capitulary regime. The Ottoman government agreed to fully reinstate all Italian subjects who had been faithful employees of the Turkish government and who had been dismissed on the outbreak of war, and to grant them half pay during the months they had been absent on account of the war, and furthermore that this enforced absence would not interfere with their claims for pensions and like claims. The Italian government agreed to pay annually to the Turkish treasury a sum corresponding to that which the two African, the Italian-Turkish War 101 provinces had paid annually to the Turkish government on the average during the 3 years before the war. The Italian government estimated that this annuity will not be less than 2,000,000 liras, equals about $400,000. And Italy is ready to pay to the Turkish administration of public debt the corresponding capitalized sum on demand. Article 11 required that hostilities cease on the date of signature, October 18, 1912. The sovereignty of Italy over Tripoli and Cyrenaica was recognized by Germany, Austria, and Russia on the date of signing the preliminary treaty, October 15, and by England shortly afterwards, while France delayed in order to define the Tunisian boundary of Tripoli. The full text of this treaty was kindly sent to the writer by the Honorable Philander Knox, Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., and the exact translation of the treaty and accompanying decree of the King of Italy and the firman of the Sultan of Turkey are herewith embodied in the appendix. By this treaty the Italians have endeavored to conciliate the Turks and Arabians to their conquest of Tripoli and Cyrenaica. The Italians were most anxious to retain at least two of the Aegean Sea islands, and their conduct towards the inhabitants of those islands made these people anxious to remain under the Italian government. But the Italians realized that every effort should be made to conciliate the Turkish Arabians so that they would not have a long guerrilla warfare to disturb them in their plans to develop the country. Since peace was concluded, the Arabians have submitted without any further attacks on the Italian positions. Italy avoided any sympathy with the Balkan states, and that war has operated to establish Italy's sovereignty over Tripoli and Cyrenaica more than would have been possible by forcible invasion into the interior by the Italian armies. The banishment of all Italian subjects from the dominions of Turkey was a great hardship and created a bitter hostility. But the treaty has softened those animosities by a most remarkable and wise provision that all Italian subjects who had been employed by the Ottoman government and who had been dismissed on account of the war and consequent hostilities shall be fully reinstated with all rights to pensions, etc. as if they had 102 The Italian-Turkish War remained in service, and furthermore that they should receive half pay during the time they were absent. This clause had the effect of compelling the Ottoman government to give half pay to many Italians for the time they were actually fighting against the Ottoman government. The banishment of the Italians was, however, urgently necessary, not only as a war measure, but because of the claims of humanity, since the incidental destruction of life and property by Italian bombardment of defenseless ports and often without any notice had aroused the populace, especially at Beirut and in Syria, so that the Turkish government was unable to protect the lives of Italians against the infuriated Turkish mobs. The bombardment of defenseless ports is supposed in theory to be contrary to international law, but in the conduct of war the fact that a port is defenseless will not prevent its being bombarded if the commander of the attacking force finds it necessary to bombard it in order to compel the enemy to conclude peace. The Italians did not act in any exceptional manner, and the practice of bombarding towns whether defended or not is general. Admiral Sampson bombarded San Juan, Puerto Rico, without any previous notice on May 12, 1898. He engaged the fort on the morrow there, and 44 persons were killed in the city, including, among other non-combatants, many women and children, besides destroying many buildings by projectiles that went over and beyond the Morro into the city. The only sure protection is in having command of the sea by an efficient navy, so that, as was the case in this war, the Turkish navy did not venture near any Italian port. These moderate demands of Italy for the acquisition of Tripoli and Cyrenaica are wise, and Italy intends to develop the country so that the desert regions will bloom as a prosperous, civilized country. Harbor works in ports of Tripoli and Cyrenaica. The Minister of Public Works has published the details for the development of the ports of the African coast. The first work in this new Italian colony will be extensive harbor works, which are to be executed in 3 periods. These harbor works consist of building breakwaters and quay walls and the Italian-Turkish War. 103. Dredging in the harbors of Tripoli, Benghazi, Derna and Horns. The work planned for the first 2 periods in those ports has been commenced and was at this period, March, 1913, well advanced to completion and will be available for use by the end of 1913. The works planned and being constructed in these different ports are as follows. At Tripoli, the construction of a breakwater 4,000 feet long on the northwest side of the harbor to connect the chain of reefs that run parallel to the coast. This breakwater will provide a smooth harbor against the prevailing wind and sea. It is proposed to extend this to be 5,500 feet long in the future. 2. The removal of rocks within the harbor and for dredging the harbor to a depth of 25 to 28 feet. 3. The erection of a protecting shield on the south side of the harbor to protect it from the sandstorms that come from the southeast quadrant, and also the construction of a dam on the north side of the harbor to shelter it from the seas coming from the northeast. 4. The construction of quay walls and wharves to provide depths alongside of from 13 to 25 feet with depths in places up to 30 feet, and final dredging to give a uniform depth of 33 feet in the harbor. 5. The equipment of these quays and wharves with cranes, railroad tracks, magazines and roadways. 6. the construction of a marine railway or a dry dock with a plant for repairing ships and machinery. 7. The completion of other dependent works, such as the lighthouse, buoys, sanitary station, freshwater distilling plant and coal depots. The natural conditions at Tripoli will permit these works to be done at a comparatively small expense, and this port, which was heretofore almost inaccessible for commerce, will be one of the safest and the most commodious ports in the Mediterranean. Its area will be about double that of Genoa. The breakwater at Tripoli was completed for a length of 2,000 feet in February, 1913, as was the protecting dam or shield to 104. The Italian-Turkish War prevents sand being blown into the harbor by sandstorms in the southern part of the harbor. By March 31, 2,500,000 liras equals $601,000 was expended on the Tripoli harbor works. In their flights in aeroplanes, the aviators discovered the wreck of the United States frigate Philadelphia, which had been captured by the Tripolitans in the War of 1812, after she had been run upon the rocks in that harbor and where she was subsequently so gallantly destroyed by Decatur in that war. The idea of the removal of that ship was seriously considered, but her condition would not warrant the expense, and it is highly probable that after having been lying on her side for about 100 years she would not float. The Italian government offered the United States every facility to raise the Philadelphia if they desired to do so. The experience of aviation for observation of the bottom of sea shows that submarines are clearly visible when submerged. At Homs, for a greater part of the year there is a heavy surf at Horns, but the Italians began to build a breakwater there to provide a harbor of refuge for torpedo boats, and they have built wharves for coasting steamers that have been established along the entire coast. At Macabez, this peninsula is destined to be utilized for a good harbor instead of Zara. This port will be a base for torpedo boats, and they have dug a canal there which will eventually be 2,100 feet long and 16 feet deep. At Misurata, the Naval Administration has begun to build an artificial harbor at Misurata by constructing 2 breakwaters perpendicular to the coast and dredging out the partially enclosed area. At Benghazi, here it is proposed to construct a harbor for light draft coasting vessels. The present plan is to make use of the bay south of the town by enlarging the small bight near the custom house and building a breakwater from the Christian cemetery on the northern end of Buscaba Point. This work was started before peace was signed. The Italian-Turkish War. 105. At Derna, the hydrographic and local conditions at Derna are similar to those at Horns, and a heavy surf breaks on the beach during a greater part of the year. A quay wall was begun during the war, and upon completion of the proposed harbor works a small harbor will be enclosed by a breakwater 1,000 feet long. The depth will be, when dredged, about 14 feet. A contract was signed by the Italian government with the Khedive of Egypt and English authorities for the construction of an extension of the railroad from Alexandria to Derna. This railroad is to be completed within 3 years, and the work is being pushed vigorously. At Tobruk, the most excellent natural harbor is of much greater military strategical value than of commercial importance. The work of developing this port has been given to the Italian naval minister, but little has been done beyond the completion of the lighthouse at Barzala Melnix, which was started by the Turkish government. All these works will give employment to large numbers of the Arabian inhabitants, and prospects for peaceful development of these African colonies were very encouraging. Conclusion. The lessons taught by this war should not be ignored. In the first place, we find the Italians thoroughly prepared to make use of all modern inventions that might be useful in operations of war. Automobiles, motorcycles, motor trucks and vehicles of all kinds were valuable. Aeroplanes and airships were indispensable. Wireless telegraphy was absolutely necessary, both for military and naval services. Searchlights played a most important role, especially for the Turks, in guarding the passage of the Dardanelles. Torpedoes proved to be efficient in the only case where there was opportunity to use that weapon, viz., in the bombardment at Beirut, when a torpedo sank the Turkish armored coast defense ship Ornella. 196. The Italian-Turkish War. The cooperation of the Italian army and navy was harmonious, and much more so than in previous wars where this lack of cooperation caused disaster, especially when the French attempted to invade Ireland in the wars during the period of the Directory. The urgent necessity of a National Council of Defense for the United States Army and Navy to secure this harmonious cooperation of the two services is emphasized by the creditable experience of the Italian Army and Navy. The Italian Navy suffered no losses during the war because the Turks were not trained in target practice. The accounts of all the battles show that the Turkish great gunfire had no effect. The Turks did not score a hit in any engagement. The Ornilla was hit so frequently in 20 minutes that the Turkish commander was obliged to haul down his flag and abandon the ship while not a single shot hit either of the two Italian ships. The brilliant reconnaissance of the Straits of the Dardanelles by Captain Millo and his flotilla of 5 torpedo boats, in which they were under fire of over 100 guns at close range for a period of about 2 hours without sustaining any serious damage, is proof of the lack of training in the Turkish coast defenses. Modern weapons are instruments of precision, and it is absolutely necessary to have skilled gunners to operate these scientific instruments of precision. It costs over $1,000 to fire one projectile from the large modern guns of 12-inch caliber, and it is a criminal extravagance and suicidal to waste a single shot from these guns. The training necessary to fire these guns with perfect accuracy is absolutely necessary, and this is expensive, but in the British Navy they know this, and the British Admiralty authorizes practically unlimited money for target practice. In no calling in life do men allow unskilled labor to handle tools of precision. Modern weapons are as intricate as any elaborate clockwork, and it is necessary in time of peace to prepare qualified gun pointers if the gun is to be of any use. Germany is a nation in arms in recognition of the necessity of being prepared for war. The other great European powers, England, France, Spain, Turkey, Russia and Italy, and also the United States, China and Japan, have been at war during the past 40 years. But Germany has had no war because she is so strong in her armaments and preparedness for war that now, the Italian-Turkish War 107 will dare to go to war with her. It is therefore absolutely necessary in time of peace to prepare for war, if peace is to be maintained. The most conspicuous lesson of the war is the well-known necessity of having command of the sea. Italy had long coveted the northern coast of Africa and hesitated long to attempt to take it until Italy knew that she could depend upon the efficiency of her navy to give her absolute command of the Mediterranean against the Turks, from whom they intended to take the African provinces, regardless of the wishes of the Arabian inhabitants. This command of sea enabled the Italians to transport invading armies to Tripoli and Cyrenaica and proceed to take islands in the Aegean Sea without any opposition by the Turkish navy. The Italian nation had diligently trained her navy for this degree of efficiency, and the result justified the expense. The Turks had conquered the territory in Europe and their African provinces by the sword, but they neglected to keep the sword bright and sharp for modern times. They did not in peace prepare for war by sea, and when the Italians felt strong enough to take these coveted African provinces they proceeded to do so. The lesson is that of the history of all nations in all the world in all ages. This experience is merely another illustration of the infallible teaching of our Saviour, viz. When a strong man armed keepeth his palace, his goods are in peace. But when a stronger than he shall come upon him, and overcome him, he taketh from him all his armor wherein he trusteth and divideth his spoils. Luke 11, verses 21 and 22. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. Appendix, Department of State, Washington, D.C., December 7, 1912. Commodore W. H. Beeler, Acton, Annapolis, Maryland. Sir, in compliance with your request under the date of November 25, I take pleasure in sending you here with a translation of the Treaty of Peace between Italy and Turkey signed at Lausanne, on October 18 last, and a translation of the Imperial Firman of the Sublime Porte published on October 17 granting autonomy to the former Turkish provinces of Tripoli and Cyrenaica, and a translation of the Proclamation of Peace of General Ragni, Commander of the Corps of Occupation of Tripolitania, communicating the decree of the King of Italy under date of October 17. I am, sir, your obedient servant. Enclosures, Treaty of Peace, October 18. Firman, October 17. Proclamation of Pico, October 17, 765.67 412. The Italian-Turkish WAB Treaty or Peace between Italy and Turkey, signed at Lausanne, Switzerland, October 18, 1912. His Majesty the King of Italy, and His Majesty the Emperor of the Ottomans, being equally desirous of putting an end to the state of war existing between the two countries, have appointed as their plenipotentiaries, His Majesty the King of Italy, Mr. Pietro Bertolini, Great Cross of the Order of the Saints Maurizio and Lazzaro, Deputy to the Parliament, Mr. Guido Fusinato, Great Cross of the Order of the Crown of Italy, Grand Official of the Order of the Saints Maurizio and Lazzaro, Deputy to the Parliament, Member of the Council of State, Mr. Giuseppe Volpi, Commendator of the Orders of the Saints Maurizio and Lazzaro and of the Crown of Italy, His Majesty the Emperor of the Ottomans, His Excellency Mehmed Nabi Bey, Great Cordon of the Imperial Order of the Osmani, Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary of His Majesty the Emperor of the Ottomans, His Excellency Rumbagul Fareddin Bey, Grand Official of the Imperial Order of the Medjidi, Commander of the Order of the Osmani, Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary of His Majesty the Emperor of the Ottomans. 112. The Italian-Turkish War, who, after having exchanged their respective full powers, and having found them in good and due form, have agreed upon the following articles. Article I. The two governments undertake, immediately after the signature of the present treaty, to take the necessary steps for the immediate and simultaneous cessation of hostilities. Special commissioners will be sent to the scenes of hostilities to ensure the execution of the above-mentioned steps. Article II. The two governments undertake, immediately after the signature of the present treaty, to send orders recalling their officers and troops, and also their civil functionaries, respectively. The Ottoman government from Tripoli and Cyrenaica, and the Italian government from the islands occupied in the Aegean Sea. The effective evacuation of the above-mentioned islands by the Italian officers, troops, and civil functionaries will take place immediately after the evacuation of Tripoli and Cyrenaica by the Ottoman officers, troops, and civil functionaries. Article 3. Prisoners of war and hostages will be exchanged with as little delay as possible. Article 4. The two governments undertake to grant full and complete amnesty, the royal government to the inhabitants of Tripoli and Cyrenaica, and the imperial government to the inhabitants of the islands in the Aegean Sea, subject to Ottoman sovereignty, who may have taken part in the hostilities or may have compromised themselves in that connection, without committing crimes against the civil law. In consequence, no individual of any class or condition shall be proceeded against or troubled in his person or property, or in the exercise of his rights on account of political or military acts, even of opinions expressed during the hostilities. Persons detained or deported for such cause shall at once be set free. Article V. All treaties, conventions, and undertakings of all kinds, sorts, or nature concluded or in force between the two high contracting parties previously to the declaration of war shall at once come into force again, and the two governments shall be placed in regard to each other, as shall their respective subjects, in the identical position in which they were before the outbreak of hostilities. The Italian-Turkish War. 113. Article V. Italy undertakes to conclude with Turkey, at the same time as she renews her commercial treaties with other powers, a commercial treaty based on European public law, that is to say, she consents to leave Turkey all her economic independence, and the right to act in commercial matters and matters of customs in the same way as all European powers without being bound by the capitulations and other acts now in force. It is clearly understood that the said commercial treaty shall not come into force except in so far as commercial treaties concluded by the party with other powers on a similar basis shall be in force. Further, Italy consents to the increase from 11% to 15% of the ad valorem customs duty in Turkey, as well as to the creation of new monopolies, of the levying of consumption taxes on the 5 following articles: petroleum, cigarette paper, matches, alcohol, and playing cards. All this is on condition that the same treatment be applied simultaneously and without distinction to the imports from other countries. In so far as there is a question of the importation of articles which are the object of monopolies, The administration of such monopolies is bound to procure goods of Italian origin, according to a percentage based on the annual importation of these goods, provided that the price offered for the supply of such monopoly goods shall be in conformity with the state of the market at the moment of purchase, taking into consideration the qualities of the goods to be supplied and the average price rallying during the 3 years preceding that in which war was declared for similar qualities. It is further understood that, should Turkey, instead of establishing new monopolies on the 5 articles mentioned above, decide to levy consumption taxes on them, such taxes shall be imposed in the same degree on the similar products of Turkey and all other nations. Article 7. The Italian government undertakes to suppress the Italian post offices operating in the Ottoman Empire at the same time as the other states having post offices in Turkey shall suppress theirs. Article 8. As the Porte proposes to open negotiations, at a European conference or otherwise, with the great powers interested for the cessation of the capitulary regime in Turkey, and the substitution for it of the regime of international law, Italy, recognizing the good grounds for these intentions of their 114 the Italian-Turkish WAB, Porte, declares its willingness henceforth to give the Porte its full and sincere support to this end. Article 9. The Ottoman government, being desirous of testifying its satisfaction with the good and loyal services rendered to it by Italian subjects employed in different branches of the administration, whom it was forced to dismiss on the outbreak of hostilities, declares its readiness to reinstate them in the situations which they gave up. Half pay will be given to them for the months that they were unemployed, and this interruption in their service will in no way prejudice employees having the right to a retiring pension. Further, the Ottoman government undertakes to use its good offices with the institutions with which it has relations, the public debt, railway companies, banks, and sea, to obtain the same treatment for Italian subjects who were in their service and found themselves in a similar position. Article X. The Italian government undertakes to pay annually to the caisse of the public debt, on account of the imperial government, a sum corresponding to the average of the sums which, in each of the 3 years preceding that of the declaration of war, had been assigned to the service of the public debt out of the receipts of the 2 provinces. The amount of the said annuity shall be determined in agreement by 2 commissioners appointed, one by the royal government and the other by the imperial government. In case of disagreement the decision shall be referred to an arbitral court composed of the said commissioners and an arbitrator appointed by agreement between the 2 parties. Should no agreement be reached on this point, each party shall designate a different power, and the choice of arbitrator shall be made jointly by the powers thus selected. The royal government and the administration of the Ottoman public debt, by the intermediary of the imperial government, shall have the right to demand the institution for the above-mentioned annuity of a corresponding sum capitalized at the rate of 4%. As regards the foregoing paragraph, the royal government declares that it recognizes at once that the annuity cannot be less than the sum of 2 million Italian lira, and is ready to pay to the administration of the public debt the corresponding capitalized sum directly a demand is made for it. Article XL. The present treaty shall enter into force on the day of its signature. The Italian-Turkish War, translation. Imperial firman granting autonomy to Tripoli and Cyrenaica. Since my government desires, on the one hand, effectively to aid you in the defense of your country, which you need, and sees the impossibility of doing so, and since, on the other hand, the government thinks of your present and future happiness and desires to put an end to a war as ruinous to yourselves and your families as it is disastrous for the state, in the hope of restoring peace and happiness in your country and relying upon our sovereign rights, I grant you complete autonomy. Your country shall be governed by new laws and special regulations, and, in order that they may conform to your customs and practices, you must enlighten your compatriots with your counsel and act as their guides. Shamsuddin Bey, a high dignitary of the empire, formerly imperial minister of pious foundations, decorated with the orders of the Medjidi and of the Osmani, has been invested by us with the title of Naib Sultan, Viceroy, near you. We entrust to him the protection of Ottoman interests in your country. The full powers which I delegate to him are for a period of 5 years, At the end of that time his mission may be renewed by us, or we shall designate his successor. Our imperial desire being the application of the provisions of the Sharia law, and in order to assure the realization of this object, the necessary Qadi, principal judge, shall be designated and named by us. The aforesaid Qadi shall proceed to the nomination of naibs, judges substitute, chose among the native ulamas in accordance with the provisions of the Sharia. The emoluments of the Qadi shall be paid by us, those of the naib sultan and all the other functionaries of the Sharia shall be paid from the revenues of the country. 118 The Italian-Turkish War. Proclamation of Peace. Translation. Proclamation. We, General Ottavio Ragni, Grand Officer of State, Commander of the Corps of Occupation of Tripolitania, communicate what follows. Peace has been concluded between Italy and Turkey. His Imperial Majesty the Sultan signed yesterday, October 17, 1912, the firman thereof, and the same day His Majesty Victor Emmanuel III, King of Italy by grace of God and the will of the nation, signed the following decree, considering the law of the 25th of February, 1912, and R83, by which Tripolitania and Cyrenaica were put under the absolute and entire sovereignty of the Kingdom of Italy, in order to hasten the pacification of the aforesaid provinces. Having heard the Council of Ministers, upon the proposal of the President of the Council and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we have decreed and do decree, Art. 1. Full and entire amnesty is granted to all the inhabitants of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, who have taken part in the hostilities and became compromised thereby, except in cases of ordinary crimes. In consequence, no individual to whatever class or condition belonging, shall be tried and molested in person, or in goods, or in the exercise of their rights because of any political and military acts committed or opinions expressed during hostilities. Persons detained and deported for such motive are to be put at liberty immediately. Art. 2. The inhabitants of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica will continue to enjoy the most complete liberty in the Mohammedan religion, as in the past. The name of His Imperial Majesty, the Sultan, as California, shall continue to be pronounced in the public prayers of the Mussulman, and his personal representative, nominated by him, shall be recognized. His emoluments shall be taken from the local public funds. The rights of the pious foundations, wakafs, shall be respected as in the past, and no imp. The Italian-Turkish War. 117. Diamond shall be put between the Mussulman and their chief religious leader called the Qadi, who shall be appointed by the Sijul Islam, and their neighbors appointed by him, and their emoluments shall be taken from the local income. Art. 3. The aforesaid representative is also recognized as guardian of all the interests of the Ottoman state and Ottoman subjects, such as remained in the two provinces after the law of the 25th of February, 1912. Art. 4. By another decree there will be nominated a commission, a part of whom shall be notables of Tripoli, to propose for the two provinces such civil and administrative orders as are inspired by liberal ideals and in keeping with the local uses and customs. We order that the present decree, stamped with the seal of state, be placed with the official collection of decrees and laws of the Kingdom of Italy, ordering everyone therein concerned to observe it and have it observed. Given at San Rosso, the 17th of October, 1912. Signed, Vittorio Emanuele III. Countersigned, Giolitti, Di Sangiuliano, Finocchiaro Abile, Victor, Tedesco, Spingadi, Lenardi Cattolica, Cridero Sacchi, Nittel. 118. The Italian-Turkish War. Chiefs, notables and all peoples of Tripolitania. Here, everything fixed by the will of God, Lord of the universe, is fulfilled on the appointed day. Peace is concluded. Now that the two sovereigns, by complete accord, have determined that hostilities should cease between the armies, it would be useless and criminal to keep the country in a state of anarchy and affliction. Let everyone re-enter his own land and return to his customary work under the just rule of the benign government of His Majesty, the King of Italy. All must cooperate according to their capacity and power with the government authorities to repair the ravages of war and to promote the progress and prosperity of the country under the protection of careful justice, dedicating every activity to work, trade and fruitful cultivations. Given in Tripoli, the 18th of October, 112. Lieutenant General, Commander of the Corps of Occupation of Tripolitania. 0. Ragni,